What's going on is Anton from AntonDaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with us. Thank y'all for tuning in for another edition of the Millionaire Morning Show. I'm your host, Anton Daniels. What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? What up to everybody in the chat? What up to everybody in the building? I appreciate y'all for continuing to hold me down. Thank y'all for tuning in. It is Tuesday, June 9th, 2026. Year of our Lord. Somebody asked a question and they said, is Teach Hanley still sponsoring the show? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm just trying to figure out whether or not I want to shoot another Teach commercial or if I just want to go with something classic or if I want to go with something that I've already had. I don't know. I don't know. What's going on, friends? Let me ask y'all a question really quickly. Because I don't know why this happens every single day. I don't know if this is a woman thing. I don't know what this is. I got a question, y'all. I got a question before we get started with the show. We got a pretty good show for y'all today, I think. I think I got a nice bevy of subjects lined up for the people. But I'm just wondering something really quickly. Why is it that when I get people that reach out to me, right? And when I say reach out to me, I'm speaking about like, people that I know or people that I know or people that, are in my life or business associates or whatever. And everybody knows what I do for a living. Like everybody knows that I live stream. They know that I'm a content creator. They know all of this stuff. Let me ask y'all a question. Why is it that I never, ever get any kind of text message, phone calls, any of that type of stuff about stuff that's not even related to what I'm doing on a content creation level? I don't get no text messages until after I begin my show. What is that? I think it's like a woman's intuition thing. I think it's instinct. Like, wait a minute. I think he started this show. Let me go ahead and contact him. Guys, let me ask y'all a question. When y'all go to work, when y'all go to y'all job, when y'all get into y'all businesses, all of this other type of stuff, when y'all get into whatever y'all doing, if y'all start watching the game, if you're hanging out with the homies, if you go and jump in your car and you decide that you want to listen to music, am I the only person that gets contacted, phone calls, text messages, all of these things after I start my show? And honestly, I'm keeping it 100 with y'all. I don't think that women do it intentionally. I don't. I don't think that women do it intentionally. I think that it's just instinctual. Like, it's something in them that says, wait a minute. You're not going to give all of your attention to something that's not me. So I'm not the only one. Okay, Mr. Lot. I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page. And it's not even like the show either. Like, I could jump in the car and not even 2 minutes after I cut on my radio and I'm listening to a new song that I like or something like that. Angie, what up, Angie Trader? You said it's them trying to. I don't know what it is. Like, not even 2 minutes after I pull off, and I'll get a phone call, and let me tell you what I do. I'll be like, all right, so I'm gonna talk to you later. I'm gonna listen to my music or whatever, and they'll be like, no, what are you doing? Why would you want to get off the phone? What is going on? Somebody says, put that on do not disturb. Oh, you don't know what my life is like. You don't know what my life is like. There is no such thing as do not disturb. There's no such thing as do not disturb. My life is different. There is no such thing as do not disturb, sir. Do not who? Do not what? Do not disturb. Oh, bro, you don't have no clue. They can get past that. I promise you. I don't know how they be getting past some of the stuff that they get past. Oh, they can get past that all day long. 1,000% they can get past it. 1,000% they will get past that. Don't think for 1 second that that's a meaningful thing. All right? All right, y'all. Well, we need to go ahead and get it started with the show. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Some of the subjects that I want to traverse through is Spencer Pratt. I told you. I warned you. I told you that Spencer Pratt would not be in the runoff, nor would he even have a chance at being successful at becoming the mayor of Los Angeles, and neither is a Republican governor. You can throw that away. So we're going to have that conversation. We have to go over black culture, but specifically from a woman's perspective. I'll tell you more about that towards the end of the show. Let's see some of the other subjects that we could possibly traverse through. Oh, we got to get to Trump. Trump pulled up to Madison Square Garden. Mixed reactions to that. And then you had Stephen A. Smith. He went on a whole rant about it. We got to give y'all an update on the Karmelo case. So we're going to deep dive into that. I don't think I've ever tackled the idea that Boston was losing young people, but we'll deal with that. I heard that Jamal Bryant decided that he wanted to pop out and had something to say about Cheyenne Bryant, who was on this show. So we may deal with that. So we got a lot that we want to get into. All right. And if it's anything that y'all see that y'all want to tackle specifically, then y'all let me know too. And then I'll add that into the whole conversation. I was hoping you were going to be wearing this time, but as always, you were right. I'm always right. How was he so close yet he still lost? Oh, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. First, let me acknowledge the early Cash Appers and Super Chatters. The first thing that I want to get into is I want to acknowledge everybody that supports the platform before we get started. For those of you that may not be familiar, I see some people that may have not been to the show or been around for a little bit. Well, we start at 9 o'clock and we live stream for 3.5 to 4 hours. So there you have it with that. Shout out to John Teal. I salute to John Teal. Thank you for supporting the platform, my friend. I want to say what up to Mike That Dude. Shout out to Mike That Dude. Thank you for supporting the platform always. One of the most consistent people I've ever seen in my life. Spencer Campbell, also, you know I got you, big dog. Thank you to Spencer Campbell for holding me down. And I also want to give a shout out to my first super chat of the day. It says, I created a Teej ad for you, AD, and for feedback. Dwight Bell. All right. What did you email it to me? Maybe you emailed it to me. I don't know. But I will be reading super chats and cash apps throughout the show. And I think it's time for us to get started. Somebody said you can call like 3 or 4 times in a row to get past Do Not Disturb. Hey, don't be giving no more ideas than y'all already got. All right? All right. So, my quote of the day is, in war, you can only be killed once, but in politics, many times. We'll get to that shortly. I'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's start here. Before we get into anything Trump, Spencer Pratt, all of that type of stuff, I want to start here. And this is something that I've been seeing from people on the internet for an extended period of time. And so I'm going to play it in its entirety, and then I want to get y'all thoughts on it.
We were sold a lie. We were told that if we go to college, we get a better education, and we just work really hard, we could have the American dream. That's just not the case anymore. That's not the case anymore. I did that. I got a better education. I got a job that's supposed to be good. I worked hard. And honestly, I'm making the most money I've ever made in my life. And I'm probably the brokest I've ever been. Inflation is out of control. Inflation is the problem. Our wages are not keeping up with the cost of living. Gas is $5 a gallon. Rent is astronomical. Forget buying a fucking house. It's not possible. Groceries, take out a loan. Take out a fucking loan if you want to buy groceries on a monthly basis. And I have a child, so I have to buy groceries on almost a weekly basis, if not, maybe every 2 weeks. It's just bullshit. We can't keep doing things the way that our parents, our grandparents did things. We have to change something. Something has to change.
I don't understand, and I'm curious from the people in the chat, right? I would like to get y'all thoughts and y'all ideas, y'all insight, y'all understanding, because maybe it's me, right? Maybe I'm off. I don't understand, right? And the thing that I don't understand is, where is all of y'all money going? Where's all of y'all money going? Most of y'all say that y'all are making more money than y'all ever made before. A lot of y'all are saying that y'all are generating more revenue than ever. Are y'all not financially literate? Is your money completely gone and disappearing? Do y'all have lifestyle choices and changes that y'all have made in y'all life that is completely eating up your budget that wasn't eating up your budget before you decided to make these lifestyle changes? And let me say it because of this, right? Whenever I've gone over somebody's budget, or whenever I've decided that I wanted to have a conversation about what people are doing wrong when it comes to their resources and their budget, and you go through their money, and let me tell y'all, a lot of people are reluctant for you to go through their budget because they don't want you to see what they're really spending their money on. We got some habits, we got some bad habits, we got some, some bad ideas, perspectives, all of this type of stuff that's happening in our life, and we don't want to admit it. We don't want to be honest about who we are, where our money is going, and how we've made lifestyle changes. Number one, just from listening to her story alone, people, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm going to speak more towards the ladies and the gentlemen in this instance. The biggest decision that you are going to make in your life is who you decide to have a child with. I cannot stress this enough. If nobody has told, it's not who you marry, it's not the job or the career that you decide to take on, it's not whether or not you're going to get hit with the black tax from being successful, it's not what your investment advice is going to be. The biggest, and this goes for men too, but I'm going to speak towards women because I see so many single mothers on these applications talking and having a conversation about how their budget is messed up. The biggest financial decision that you'll ever make in your entire life is who you decide to have a child with. I do not know why because she said she got a kid and all of this stuff. I don't know why we are not having more conversations about being careful who we have children with versus having conversations about relationship, companionship, getting bussed down, hitting the streets, leaving relationships, all of this stuff. Why is that not at the top of the totem pole? Why is that not the biggest conversation? Because it's going to upend your life. You're never not going to have that child, even when the child gets grown. I just got an email for the tuition bill. My daughter forwarded to me. Now, you know what I'm saying? She's starting to get her little own emails and stuff like that. I asked my daughter the other day. I said, you ready to go and get your own bank account? She said, for what? She said, I'll just keep using your cards or, using the one that's under your name. She just forwarded me her bill because she went to college and she went to orientation and she got her classes. And then she gonna email me, she gonna forward me the email for her college tuition bill. And then right after that, she was asking for money. I said, what you need money for? Oh, I gotta pay the guy that wrapped my car. We gotta pay the balance because we had to give him a deposit. And remember I told you we was gonna have to pay a balance? I said, oh yeah, all right, cool. Can you Zelle it? All right, want me to send it to you? No, just send it to him. And then right after that, she said, oh, Dad, I got 2 trips at the end of the month. Remember I was telling you we was going to, I said, you just got back from Philadelphia and Brazil and England, Manchester last month. Oh, Dad, but we got 2 more trips that's coming up at the end of the month. The biggest financial decision that you will ever make, and let me also say this to y'all. If y'all want y'all kid to be successful, you either going to have to make more money or you're going to have less kids. Oh, y'all didn't want me to say that part? You can't. There's this saying that we have within my friend group, and we've had it for years. And it's once you start getting to the bag, you start looking at the different things that you want to buy. And so our life philosophy is we either got 2 choices. Either you can cut back or you can make more money. And so we usually go with the whole idea of we got to make more money. Got to generate more revenue. Ain't no cutting back because we don't want to lower our lifestyle. But at the same time, you can't raise your lifestyle to meet your current expectations and what you currently make. So you got to extrapolate. You got to make way more money in order to live the lifestyle that you want because you don't want that to prohibit you from making the investments that you already were making, right? And so I know that in order for me to buy this car, I have to make a whole lot more money in order to invest because I want my investments. I don't want the principal to be affected. I want my investments to pay for my leisurely lifestyle. So that means we got to hustle. We got to grind. We got to work, right? A lot of y'all already know NVIDIA was the one that paid for my 911. If you want your kid to be able to compete, to have the best opportunity possible, and that doesn't mean that your kid is not going to be successful. A lot of y'all will come to me and you'll say stuff like, well, Anton, my life turned out just fine. Did it? Did it? Because we don't know what we don't know, right? I was raised in poverty. My mama fed me sugar for cereal every single day, and I turned out just fine. We turned out just fine. I'm doing okay. All right, cool. So you got you a job. You make you $80,000 a year. You do this, you do that. What if you actually were handicapped? Because we don't know what we don't know. What if your parents did you a disservice because they could have invested more money into your education? They could have invested more money into tutoring you. They could have spent more money nurturing you. But because we think in our mind, because we don't have any alternative reality like we in a Marvel Cinematic Universe, we can't go to Doctor Strange and say, okay, you fought Thanos 17 million times, 14 million times, and you only won once. Because we can't look at what we missed, right? I'll give you an example. Early in my relationship, very, very early in my relationship, I had a conversation with my girl, right? And I said, you don't even know what you done missed out on. And she said, what do you mean? Our relationship is great. You know, she was a little whiny that day. And I decided to pull back on something that I had initially thought that I was going to do. And I told her, I said, do you even realize how much you've missed out on? And she said, well, what do you mean, Anton? I said, there's so many, as awesome as things are, because you don't know what you don't know. There's so many different things that I've wanted to do for you. And then you came in being a little extra. And so what I decided to do was, you know what? I'm gonna just chill out. And I never told you that I didn't do it. I never told you because I said to myself, why spend money on this or why buy this big old thing and reward behavior that I don't think is conducive to my lifestyle. And she was kind of blown back by it because she was thinking to herself, like, wait a minute, what? But she didn't know what she didn't know. And so a lot of us, a lot of times, we don't know that we're putting our own foot in our mouths and preventing ourselves from getting so many. How many blessings have we missed out on by making bad decisions for ourselves? But because we can't look at and see what we missed out on, a lot of times we think that it's just normal. Hey, listen, I turned out fine. Everything is good. Life is good. Yep. I make six figures, 100,000. What if you could have been making $1 million a year? What if you missed out on a networking opportunity because they couldn't afford to send you to a certain space? What if your portfolio could have been a lot more robust, or you would have had a trust fund had your parents been able to actually pay for you to go to college or be able to do some of the things that eases your lifestyle? I tell this story a lot of times that I'm about to tell y'all, not because it's a stunt, but because I think that this should be the expectation inside of our communities. We've been here in this country for too long to still be poor. I look at this white woman right here because I tell y'all this, right? For my daughter's birthday, I bought her a house. I gave her a house. Fully done, fully renovated, everything. She has put herself in a position to where she will never, ever, ever have to worry about a roof over her head and having a net worth that is well into the millions because her father invested in her. Her father made sure that she didn't have student loans. Her father prevented her from ever taking out a car note. Her father, she will never have a mortgage. She will never have to worry about rent. She will never have to worry about these things, right? That should be the expectation. We are generations deep in freedom inside of the United States of America, sold off our parents' homes, did all of these things, and now we still at square. How we still at square one, making our kids take out student loans when they get 18 and 19 years old? That's insane to me. Generations deep, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 generations deep in freedom inside of this country, and we still forcing our kids to take out student loans? We can't afford to send our kids to college. I got this white girl on my screen right there talking about I was sold a lie. What? Your ancestors colonized the country. How are you a single mother with all of the information that we have in this country, in this lifestyle? How is it possible that we have white women that are single mothers struggling in the United States of America and can't say that that is a life decision? Generations down the line, her parents obviously failed her. Her parents obviously failed to pass down the lessons in the generations. Her parents obviously failed down the line. How is it possible for a white woman, and I'm not making this a race-based conversation, but let's just add the context. How is it possible for a white woman inside of the United States of America to be sitting here talking about, I'm a single mother, I make more money than I ever had before, and I'm broke? What? That makes no sense. My daughter is going to do better than me. I did better than my parents. My parents did better than their parents. If I'm not doing any better than my grandfather who left Dawson, Georgia, and I'm talking about the hit town, Dawson, Georgia, houses on stilts. If I'm not doing better than my grandfather who left Dawson, Georgia to come up to Detroit for a job at the automotive factory, That's insane. How is that not possible? Where do we break this off? Where do we miss? What did I miss? So it's hard for me, y'all. It's very, very difficult for me. Very, 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 very difficult for me to listen to people who have lifestyle choices, who have $800-900 car notes, who chose to live in very expensive locations, who parents failed them, who chose to go to a major university knowing that they couldn't afford it instead of a community college. When we went to my daughter's orientation, they separated the parents from the students and had separate conversations with them about FAFSA. Did you fill out your FAFSA so that you can get your student loans? This is the Parent Plus loan. This is what parents can take out in order to have a loan for your children to go and get bussed down at college. For those of you whose children are from out of state coming in. If you can't afford, question. If you can't afford college and you have to take out a student loan, why would you leave state? Because it's going to make, you got to take out more money. Out of state tuition is more than in-state tuition. Why would you not go to community college, do your first 2 years, transfer over to a major university in state so that you can limit the amount that you have to take out? And then once you start making money, if you want to go off and get your master's degree or your PhD, then you can go and do that. Why would you make bad financial decisions on what you're supposed to do from a college perspective? I've seen people who has multiple iPhones. Man, I've seen $700 phone bills. And you say, well, Anton, how can a phone bill get up to $700? Because they got 6 phones, all financed, iPads, watches, Apple watches, because they'll let you finance anything. How? How is that possible? I don't get it. When I see people that are going off to college, right? And 19 out of 20 times, they're going into a degree program that's not neurosurgeon, not trying to be a neurosurgeon. You're not trying to be a physician. You're not trying to do anything that's going to make you some real money, right? And they go off to these major universities. Why would you go to Yale or Harvard to get a liberal arts degree? There are people, unless your parents are paying for you to go and do it, because I believe that the arts and liberal arts and all the basket weaving degrees, those are privilege-based curriculums. Those are not curriculums that you go into in order to actually find something that's conducive. Those are things that your parents should be able to pay for, not something that we should be taking out student loans for. How you going to Yale and Harvard for dance? How? A lot of y'all was all I remember y'all used to be celebrating. We gonna back out. We're gonna go ahead and get started with the show. A lot of y'all was celebrating Ryan Leslie. And let me just say this, just because you go to these major institutions and universities, it does not mean that you're smart. Well, Ryan Leslie went to Harvard. For what? To be a musician. I don't mean that he's not smart. It don't mean that he's wise. He's not wise. But what I am saying is, why do we automatically assume that somebody is smart when they wasn't smart enough to pick a certain degree program? Well, anyways, I ain't going to get into it. But see, this is, again, it's a perception of success. It's a perception of wisdom. It's a perception of greatness. It's not necessarily transferable. Whenever I think of somebody going over to a Ivy League, I think MIT. Hey, he about to be an engineer. He about to create the next big application. He about to do this. He about to do that. We over here doing this dumb stuff. And let me say this also, because I seen somebody mention something about an H-1B visa. A lot of them is dumb too. Anybody that has worked in corporate America, Come on, y'all, let's talk about it. Anybody that has worked in corporate America and you've worked with some of these Indians and Asians, I don't know where they got this perspective that, oh man, all Asians are good at math, or they good at programming, or they good at... No, man, they be lazy. They do not be smart. They be slow. They procrastinate, especially the Indians. Especially the Indians. Five Brown says, your girl Amanda Seals, I don't know how she became my girl. Your girl Amanda Seals went to Harvard University to major in African American studies with a focus on hip. Jesus Christ. There you go. Anyways, the point that I'm making is that the American dream is not dead. We did not get finessed. It doesn't matter what they said. At some point, we have to use our own common sense. I spent one semester directly out of high school in college at UAD, and I looked at my tuition bill and I said, you know what, this just doesn't make sense. Dropped out immediately and went and got a job. I said, I'll be back. I paid that tuition bill, never had a student loan from there, and I said, I'm all right, cool, I'll be back. I'm going to see y'all later. Let me go get this money real quick. It just didn't make sense. I didn't need nobody to tell me not to take out a bunch of student loans that I knew that I was going to have to pay back and overborrow for books. I was doing all kind of finessing when I went back to college, when I went to school. I worked in my student job was in the library. I was trying to figure out how to pull up the lesson plans and the books themselves. In the library, I was the first one to go and pull it out of the library. I was ordering the book to go into the library via whatever our budget was to order new books. I was doing all kind of stuff. I was like, man, I'm not about to buy this. I'm not about to pay this. Then that's when Chegg came out. A lot of y'all may be familiar with Chegg. I don't think Chegg is a thing anymore. Is Chegg still a thing? Chegg, I think, went out of business, if I'm not mistaken. Chegg was where you can actually rent your books and then return it instead of Shout out to Chegg. Shout out to Chegg. Saved many a dollars with Chegg. Coach Chris says, is your confidence an 8, or is it because you know the work you put in and these are just the results? Both. I think it's always going to be more of the latter than it is the former, because confidence can only get you so far before you humbled when you're in the presence of people that actually can do way more. And so when you're familiar with and you put your 10,000 hours in, it's automatically going to give you more confidence in whatever room that you go into, because you know that it's nothing that they can do to stop you from being great. The reason why Jordan and Kobe had so much more confidence than everybody else is because they spent all of their time in practice. And so by the time that it actually came to put the work in, it was what it was. Where's the line between spoiling a child and teaching them responsibility? They got to allow them to fail in controlled environments. And I think that you're supposed to raise boys much differently than you raise girls. Guys have to learn how to fail. They have to learn how to stand on their own too. I think girls need to be protected. And so the girls by default are supposed to be spoiled. The girls are supposed to look for the type of man that raised them. A father should be a reflection of whoever it is that they decide to get married to. Did you have to break family generational norms? Everybody breaks family generational norms. One of the first generational norms that I broke was the fact that I decided to get off the Democrat plantation. For Christmas, do you get your daughter gifts or investments or both? I don't get my daughter investments. I put money up into an investment account, and then I force her to invest 25% of anything that she get, even if it's allowance. So by default, she has to invest in herself. Pop says, don't believe the hype. My kid graduated from MIT with a degree in victimhood. Oh, y'all crazy. These elite institutions are demonic, bro. What's up to my girlfriend? Billy Ray says, my baby with the Chris button up. Sorry I'm late. You're never late. You just on time. We just getting started. Make sure y'all hit a like for the algorithm. Subscribe to the channel and turn on your notifications. I want to first start off with, I was going to start off with Spencer Pratt. But I want to actually start off with Trump. And the reason that I'm going to start off with Trump, it has nothing to do with politics itself. And it has more to do with him pulling up to Madison Square Garden. And so I'm going to break this down into two different segments. All right. So the first one, I'm going to speak towards his arrival in Madison Square Garden. And then the second one, I'm going to focus on Stephen A. Smith. Okay. So again, make sure y'all hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let's get to it.
It appeared to be a frosty reception at Madison Square Garden for President Trump. Trump, the first sitting president to attend an NBA Finals game. Fans forced to line up for hours to navigate security.
He's a genuine Knicks fan, and so yes, there's some inconvenience to the fans here, but I think we should be using sports to create more of a sense of community with people, not less.
This barrier set up around the arena. An outdoor watch party canceled. All to avoid scenes like this after the Knicks win Friday night when dozens of people were arrested. But there was no celebrating for Knicks fans last night. In the second half, it was all Spurs.
Three-pointer, lines it up and knocks it down.
San Antonio's defense locking out New York.
Layup off the glass, can't get it. Harper.
The Knicks making a late run, but it wasn't enough. The Spurs snapping the Knicks' 13-game playoff win streak.
What's up, Crimson?
San Antonio erupting in celebration as disappointment spread across the Big Apple. Some Knicks fans paid more than $65,000 for premium tickets. Even the average ticket price topped $7,500.
Yo, okay, so you're not going to convince me and sell me on the idea that everybody in New York is getting money like this. I'm not going for it. Nobody is ever going to convince me that the people in New York are generating that much revenue. And I know that New York City has more millionaires than anywhere else on the planet. But nobody is going to tell me that, yep, they generating that type of revenue, they getting that type of money. Nah, I'm not going for it, bro. I'm not going for it. $7,000 for tickets for one game? $7,000 for tickets for one game. Nope, I'm not going for it. Nobody is going to sit there and convince me that everybody getting money. I believe it's a lot of financing. I think it's a lot of borrowing. I think it's a lot of things. Because people in New York, the majority of which were sitting there trying to convince us, and I don't know if y'all remember, but they was trying to convince us that they needed free things as a result of voting in Mamdani. Y'all was just sitting there complaining about rent prices. And see, again, this is one of the things that I keep saying that people don't make sense for. How are the same people in the same city? Because, no, I hear you, Los. I hear you. How are the same people in the same city overwhelmingly talking about that they need a rent freeze, that they don't know where their money coming from, they struggling, they need more housing, all of this other stuff. And that is the basis by which they actually elected Mamdani. And then the average ticket price, the average for one game, this is not like the whole series. This ain't none of that. The average ticket price for one game is $7,683. But meanwhile, I see y'all stealing train seats, trying to figure out every time they institute a new change inside of the arena, or not even an arena, in the subway, y'all trying to figure out how to beat the subway. So you telling me it's 20,000 rich people that bought tickets to Madison Square Garden? Because I'm not going for it, bro. I hear you. I hear you. You said, Anton, it's not the common man buying those tickets. Those are rich people buying those tickets. So are y'all telling me that there's 20, because even if you're rich, it doesn't mean that you're a Knicks fan. It doesn't mean that you're going to the game. Are you telling me that 20,000 people spent on average $7,600 to go to a Knicks game? Yes, the game is sold out. So it was 20,000 celebrities, eh? Because I'm going to tell you, most celebrities is broke. Most celebrities is broke. That means the guy that was all the way at the top, on average, he might have paid, what was the lowest? $45,000, $46,000, $5,000 for a seat. And remember, when you say $7,600 for the average ticket price, that's not 2 seats, that's 1 seat. That means that you got to pay over $15,000. $15,000 for 2 seats on average, because they're not selling them individually. They selling them in pairs. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. So when people sit here and try to convince me, and they trying to sell me on the idea that, no, Anton, hold on, man, I'm telling you, everybody broke out here in these streets. Who? I'm an owl. Who all broke? Because I'm trying to find them. Who are all of these supposed broke people when every game in the playoffs that are averaging over $7,600 for Madison Square Garden? Now, remember, they didn't have a playoff run, so they didn't did 3 series already. This is the 4th series. Who are all of these people that are generating all of this revenue? I'm telling you, bro, nobody is going to convince me. Nobody is going to convince me that it's a recession, that the money is messed up, that y'all can't afford rent, because I see people. I seen all of the people, French Montana, Max B, and Remy Ma, they was in the background ever since you left me. More money, more cars, ever since you left me. I see people spending more money than ever before. I don't believe that there is a recession even close to it. A recession looks like what I seen in 2008. People were offing themselves. A recession looks like what was in 2008. This ain't a recession. This is different. This is a lifestyle recession. Y'all can't do the things that y'all want to do, so you got to make a decision or you're going to go and refinance. I'm not going for it, Paige. I don't believe none of this.
Some angry fans posting, "Trump cursed the Knicks," sharing video of the president appearing to nod off during the game. But Trump calling the experience amazing.
I thought it great. I mean, I thought it was amazing, actually. You mean when they had the camera on me? I thought it was very good, yeah. It was certainly amazing. It was. I think mostly cheers. It was loud and it was very enthusiastic.
The president has said he may attend Game 4 tomorrow night.
As if the Knicks and the Spurs were not enough, you have the president who's going to be in attendance tonight. What were the machinations and the behind the scenes there in terms of should he come to the game? Do they talk to you about does the president wants to come to the game? How does all of that work?
I found out because Jim Dolan invited him to the game, and he said yes, and he's welcome to be here. I think that what makes sports so special, especially when there's so much that divides people, is it's something that we have in common, and we should look for those things that we have in common and build off that. And I'll also say about President Trump, you know, I've been with the league for a long time. I ran NBA Entertainment years ago. He did an I Love Kids game spot with us. He was a fixture at NBA at Madison Square Garden. You guys remember, well, all of you, when you played here, not Draymond, but back in the old days, he had courtside seats. He was here all the time. He was at drafts, so he's a genuine Knicks fan. And so, yes, there's some inconvenience to the fans here, but one looking around this arena, it's packed. So people listen, they came early, they got through whatever extra security, which is necessary. So, as I said, I think we should be using sports to create more of a sense of community with people, not less.
I've always said that. I've always said that sports is supposed to be something that brings us together. It's not supposed to be something that tears us apart. And the fact that the president of the United States of America can't go to a game without people getting bent out of shape about it shows you the honestly, I'm gonna tell you what it first shows me. It shows me that TDS is real. It shows me that TDS is real. Trump derangement syndrome, and I'm not even sure that it's a bad thing. I don't think that TDS is a bad thing for the president of the United States of America because obviously popularity translates into being able to get things done, and it also translates into him being able to, become an effective leader and market himself so that he, you know what I'm saying, so he can actually get more visibility on the issues that matter. But the fact that people are making a bigger deal than it's supposed to be when it comes to the president attending an NBA game, as Adam Silver, who oversees the league, the commissioner, said he was a Knicks fan before some of y'all was ever born. He was at Madison Square Garden supporting the team before a lot of y'all was ever born. Who are y'all to say that he, who has been a lifelong Knicks supporter and he's a New Yorker, can't attend a basketball game inside of a suite? I thought I had a lot of love for Knicks fans. I had a lot of respect for Knicks fans at one point. I used to think Knicks fans, maybe last week, I used to think that Knicks fans, I said, you know what, Knicks fans are dope because they really do support their team. Nah. Actually, I think a lot of y'all are just bandwagoners, to be honest with you. I think that a lot of Knicks fans are bandwagoners. I don't believe that Knicks fans are truly real Knicks fans. I think that they fake. I think it's fake. I think it's fake outraged, fake everything. Fake outrage, fake everything. I think that Knicks fans are some of the fakest fans inside of the league. And the only reason why it seems like they are more robust and they are more, dedicated and all of this stuff than other fans and stuff like that is because it's more of them. And they live in a metropolitan area. They live in a metropolitan area that obviously would lead you to believe that they are a lot more into sports than they really are. Nah, it's some of y'all that are into sports, but a lot of y'all not really into it like that. You're just a New Yorker. It don't necessarily mean that you a real basketball fan. Some of y'all, I seen some of y'all New Yorkers, y'all don't even know nothing about basketball. Some of y'all New Yorkers don't even know nothing about basketball. Some of y'all is just supporting the team, all of a sudden, bandwagoners, supporting the team out of the blue. Yeah, it's tribalism. 100% tribal. Shadow Dragon, he said this is just New York tribalism. They don't care about the game. Facts. That's a fact. I think that there are real basketball fans out here in these streets. Now, that don't mean that I don't want y'all to win, though. Let me say that. I do want y'all to win. I want y'all to beat the Spurs because we have to prove to Q Diddy, we have to show Q Diddy that the East is stronger than the West. And so I would like for y'all to actually win the championship because I would like the East to always be the ones that win a championship. But I think that y'all fake. Y'all fake fans. And you know how I know y'all fake? Is because everybody knows as a real fan that sports brings us together. It's not supposed to divide us. It's not supposed to be something that prevents us from coming together and doing awesome things. Sports is not supposed to divide us. It's supposed to bring us together. And so that's how I know that y'all not even real fans like that. Fake fans. Fake fans. New York got a bunch of fake fans. And a lot of times when you see rich people that's not the Jack Nicholsons, the Spike Lees and stuff, and they just pop up for the game, they're not real fans of the game. They're not real fans of the game. They don't really believe in it. They're not really into the game like they said that they is. It's all fake, bro. It's all fake. It's fake outrage, fake all of that. So I'm not going for it. I'm not going for it at all, bro. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let me see what the chat talking about in a second. Hold on, let me change this really quickly. I hate fake fans, bro. I mean, you know, the league probably wants to get as many fans as possible. Why do Pacers fans want the Spurs to beat New York? Which side of the fence are y'all on when it comes to this whole thing? Says Spike Lee from Georgia, but Spike Lee been a Knicks fan since forever. You can't even put Spike Lee in that conversation, bro. Ben Stiller, yeah, I think that Ben Stiller was. Love my Saints. I have for decades. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Nah, I got Knicks in 6. What's up to my girlfriend Crimson? Says good morning to you, Lord Anton. What's up, Crimson? Hey, Crimson, when you ready? Let me not say that out loud. Let me be quiet. Wesley Turner says folks that got rich from fraud money. 392Q says, can we talk about New York Knicks fans beating up Spurs fans and NYC for wearing Spurs jerseys? It's wicked out there. All right. Let me hold on to that one. Spike Lee actually pays for his seats. That's how you know that he a real fan. A lot of these people are getting free seats. The question that you have to ask yourself is, would you pay for the seats if you wasn't getting them for free? I don't think that most people would. Spike Lee has been paying for his seats for years. I don't think that most people would. I genuinely don't. But let's pivot for a second. Let's go over to Stephen A. Smith's take on the whole situation. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. This is what Stephen A. Smith had to say prior to the game yesterday.
Like it at all. This is a sports network. This is a sports show. I'm not going to engage in politics or policy. This is strictly a basketball segment. This president has no business showing up in New York City. I am dead serious. It is selfish. It is narcissistic. It is ridiculous that he is coming to this game. I would say the same thing if it were Obama, George W. Clinton. I don't give a damn. We went back to Reagan. This is not a football stadium in some space in Texas where you got a whole bunch of outlays and all of this. This is the Garden. This is Midtown Manhattan. You have any idea what the congestion is going to be like in New York City here? I get off my radio show at 3 o'clock. I've been instructed that I got to go straight to the Garden for an 8:30 game because that's how bad traffic is going to be. So and by the way, we talk about this, and I was on some conservative talk show this morning. I think the guy Sid Rosenberg, I went off on him too, because I mean it's got to the point where if this president passed gas, people gonna call it perfume. It's ridiculous. Certain things you just wrong about. You're the president of the United States. That means whenever you show up, it's nothing but congestion. It's Secret Service, it's local PD, it's security is compromised, and all of this other stuff. You don't do that in New York City. New York City is congested as it is. You got watch parties out here. You already priced the fans out. because of the exorbitant amount of prices the tickets are going to cost. You know about that, Jay. All right, so you got these bunch of kids that are out there with a watch party. Everybody is hyped. Everybody is excited. You got watch parties all over the city. All over the city, from Central Park and everywhere in between. We got avenues shut off. We got streets shut off because the president is coming up. What happened to Mar-a-Lago? What happened to the White House? What happened to Westminster, whatever the hell it is in New Jersey? What happened to that? You got plenty of places to go. You're the president of the United States. And oh, by the way, he was born in Queens. He's a native New Yorker, and I'm here to confirm for y'all, he's actually a Knicks fan. That's where we used to see him most of the time before he ever ran for president. He was always at the Knicks game. So this is not about this is not about questioning his fandom. This is not about questioning politics. It's questioning your selfishness. What about these kids that's out there? The watch party. You see how hyped it is?
So
how excited it is?
I will say the mayor just tweeted that they're hosting a free watch party for 5,000 New Yorkers tonight in Bryant Park.
Okay.
So wait a minute. Are you telling me that it is selfish? And I'm checking the chat too because I want to know what y'all think. Are y'all telling me that it's actually selfish for the president, who was invited by James Dolan, who was the owner of the Knicks, to attend the Knicks game, and he said, yep, I agree, I'm going to come? So you're telling me that the president has been a fan of the Knicks, he's a native New Yorker, that he actually wants to support the New York Knicks despite the fact that New York is a liberal city and a liberal state. And so he put politics aside. He didn't say anything as far as like negative or positive outside of Go Knicks. And so you're saying that the president of the United States of America, because then when we started caring about kids at the watch party outside of Madison Square Garden, when did we start prioritizing some makeshift fake kids standing outside of Madison Square Garden? Let's look at it from both sides. How come the kids can't go and watch the Knicks somewhere else? How come they can't stay home? If you want to get mad at something being shut down outside of Madison Square Garden, chat, because you said you think it's foul. Kay says she thinks it's foul that the watch game outside was shut down. Yes. Well, then maybe you should go and talk to James Dolan for inviting him. So you telling me that it's Trump's fault that he was invited and accepted an invitation to witness a once-in-his-lifetime game, longtime New York fan and been to a whole lot of games before, native New Yorker. So it's his fault that things got shut down, and it's not the owner's fault for then putting this invitation out there in the first place. Interesting. Very, very interesting.
Okay, fine. But he coming to the game, too. First of all, I understand the mayor coming up. People bring that up. Well, damn it, he ain't disrupting traffic. You know, the mayor, Mom Donnie ain't having no impact on traffic.
So wait a minute. Are you telling me, and I just want to make sure that we all on the same page, that if Michelle Obama had pulled up to the game with Secret Service or Barack, because nobody has complained when Barack Obama has gone to basketball games. They said, oh man, it's the president there in his jeans. Nobody has ever complained when Barack Obama goes to a Bulls game. Nobody. But all of a sudden, when Trump goes to his native New Yorkers game, not even because he wasn't invited, he was invited. When Trump goes to the game, though, all of a sudden, oh man, what about the watch parties? What about the traffic? What about the extra time it's going to take for people to go through security to make sure that he's safe? All of a sudden, it becomes a problem, right? Interesting.
He can go into the garden, have a couple of security.
We actually going to go into Stephen A. Smith on his show. He goes into more depth.
He's going to be straight. Nobody bothering him. But the president demands something else. And let me bring this up because this is important. All right? Just so the president doesn't get to wiggle his way out of it. And if Dolan invited him, shame on him because you ain't thinking about the Knicks fans who supported you. For once, you got positive press with the way the team has been looking after years of ineptitude. Everybody in New York is going crazy. You don't only have a packed garden without an empty seat in the building to look forward to. You got these damn watch parties all over the place. Central Park, Bryant Park, outside of Madison Square Garden.
And go to the one of them.
You got all of that available to you. And it gets canceled by Madison Square Garden specifically because Donald Trump is showing up. Why can't you stay home? What's up, everybody? Welcome to the latest edition of the Stephen A. Smith Show, coming at you as I love to do every weekday, 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over the airwaves of Sirius XM. Mad Dog Sports Radio, number to call up as always.
Let me speed this up.
Let me tell you what I'm not excited about. I'm not excited about the President of the United States, Donald Trump, coming to the game tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a sports channel. It's not politics. And I'm not about to get into politics, and I'm not accepting any calls from anybody talking about politics. This ain't about politics. This is about an individual engaging in a level of narcissism that just really rakes my freaking nerves. He's got no business here tonight. He's got no business here tonight. And it has nothing to do with politics. Zero. It has everything to do with the fervor and the momentum that exists surrounding the New York Knicks and how he is single-handedly disrupting everything that the New York Knicks have been vibing with and has been feeding off of. The San Antonio Spurs are a young team. Despite the greatness of Victor Wembanyama and Stephon Castle and Devin Vassell and Dylan Harper and these young thoroughbreds that the San Antonio Spurs have at their disposal, clearly in a position to win a title for years to come. We've seen, based on the evidence provided in games 1 and 2, that their youth actually works against them. Somehow, some way, it helps to have been here before. Somehow, some way, it helps because every mistake is magnified exponentially because you know what? It's the NBA Finals. And when you consider the fact that there's a turnover by Victor Wembanyama with 11 seconds left, and he throws it and hits the ball in the back of Stephon Castle that ultimately gets picked off by Jalen Brunson, who grabs it and gets fouled by Wembanyama.
I don't care about that part.
Midtown Manhattan. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Because it's selfish. It's selfish. No way around this. And you got people all over the place with these conservatives. I mean, if this dude passes gas, they call it perfume. He spit in your face. They say it's raining. No heart, no spine whatsoever. It's like kissing his ass is a requirement. And the part where you do get a little bit political is when you sit there and you think about one member of his administration after another, after another, after another. They could be getting him a damn cup of coffee. I just want to take a moment to say what a great president he is, what great leadership we have, how marvelous and wonderful he is. It's nauseating.
You know what's so funny? I think that Stephen A. Smith probably does the same thing when it comes to his bosses over at ESPN. Stephen A. Smith never, ever, ever goes against the current bosses over there at ESPN, especially when it was contract time. When it was contract time, Stephen A. Smith was on point. Had nothing to say, was trying to get, and I justifiably, he was trying to get that bag. He was trying to get that bag. So if you're never going to get somebody that works with me, for me, or around me to not give me praise whenever my name comes up. Just keeping it 100. Never, ever, ever, ever at all. I don't understand what this is. It's honestly, I don't believe that this is even something that Stephen A. Smith is tripping about. I think this is borderline rage bait. This is just the ability to be able to create content. I don't believe in my heart that Stephen A. Smith is even remotely passionate about the fact that the president of the United States of America, who is a Knicks fan, who is a native New Yorker, who has been a supporter of the franchise before Stephen A. Smith was, is even remotely upset at the idea of the president accepting an invitation from James Dolan to attend a Knicks game. I don't believe it at all. Not even a little bit. As a matter of fact, I'm questioning this so much that it then throws into question the whole idea of what Stephen A. Smith is trying to accomplish when it comes to participating in political spaces. I don't believe that Stephen A. Smith, and I've said this to him, and I'm saying it again here, I don't believe that Stephen A. Smith is liberal at all. I think that this is a way for him to keep himself ingratiated to the people that are liberal, especially when it comes to the black community and New Yorkers. I think that this is a way for him to stay relevant in their eyes, to say, yep, I agree with you. Nope, I agree with you, because we know that people are prisoners of the moment, especially when it comes to things that they support and things that they don't support. I believe that Stephen A. Smith, in this instance, is doing nothing more than creating good content, which is working, because I'm reacting to it. I'm pretty sure that there's going to be some other people that react to it, especially on the political side. Prometheus says he claims he's a fiscal conservative. Well, we all do. The only people that's not fiscally conservative are people that are broke. The only people that are looking for a handout are people that don't have nothing. Why would anybody want to give away their money to people that didn't work for it and didn't earn it? Of course you're going to be fiscally conservative. All somebody saying I'm fiscally conservative means to me is saying that I'm really a Republican, but I don't want to acknowledge it, and I don't want to cross over 100% because I still want to endear myself to people that's on a Democratic plantation. That's all that means, bro. All that is an excuse to say, well, you know what? I don't completely disagree with what Republicans are saying. I actually support them. And so it allows for you to be able to play both sides. It allows for you to be able to play both sides. Guess who's not fiscally conservative? Broke Republicans. You know why? Because they're on food stamps. They may vote Republican for other reasons, but when it comes to being fiscally conservative, no, they won't handouts just like everybody else. I don't know where y'all missing this. Republicans that are on food stamps are not fiscally conservative. They believe that other people should be helping them get back on their feet with food stamps. We don't have to roll up our sleeves on this show, I see, huh? We gonna get there today, huh? They don't believe in fiscal conservatism when it comes to them. They may even jump on these platforms and criticize people that make a TikTok or Instagram post that talks about they're on food stamps. I can't believe it. Just draining the American system. And they'll be the very ones that's taking handouts and food stamps. More white people, again, that are in conservative spaces, go to some of these towns that's outside of these cities. They're going to vote Republican, but they definitely looking to get their money. And this is why context matters. This is why you can't just look at anything from a political perspective in black and white. This is why you can't just take people at what they say and then that's the end of the conversation. We got to understand the context behind it. I don't want to just know about what you say. I want to know how you move. Let me tell you something else. And this is another reason why I'm very, very, very critical of rhinos, Republicans in name only. Let me tell you why I'm very, very critical of rhinos, the Marjorie Taylor Greens, all of these type of people, right? You know why I'm very critical of them? You know what? Let me tell you who was the fakest people. Some of the fakest people that I've seen in my life. I ain't gonna say no names, but they out there. People that were looking to ride the conservative wave because they thought that it was a profitable thing to do, and they switch back up as soon as the election is over because it's convenient for them to say, well, you know what? I don't like what Trump is doing with Israel. Trump's alliance with Israel was aligning in the first time that he was the president of the United States of America. He never switched up. Trump always said that he supported Israel. But it was profitable to do so, especially for the content creators that wanted to ride the same wave that I was on, that Brandon Tatum was on, that all of these people was on, right? They thought that it was profitable to do so, and so they switched up for the election. And then all of a sudden they was convinced, you know what? That's why it's so easy for them to change sides. That's why it's so easy for them to change sides when they got a little bit of turmoil, because they was never, ever, ever conservative in the first place. It was a convenient hill to stand on when everything was going well. That's correct, William. Every president supported Israel. But all of a sudden it became a Trump thing when Trump decided that he wanted to actually do something with Israel. So instead of criticizing the action itself, but still staying on the same boat, they did what all rhinos do. They conveniently switched up and said, you know what? I'm independent now. What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? They didn't even start making content about supporting Republicans and Trump until Trump had got the nomination. And they realized, wait a minute, it is a wave out here. I always give more credit to people when they're doing it when it's not popular to do. When it's not popular to do. You know what was unpopular to do in 2020, 21, 22, 23? 19, 18? You know what was unpopular to do? Was to say, you know what? I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a Republican. I'm voting for Trump. Even people that was voting for Trump, a lot of black people, they wasn't admitting it. You know why? Because it wasn't popular to do. It wasn't popular to do. Eric, I don't believe that most people are independent. I believe that everybody, I believe 99% of the population actually has a side that they've already chosen. But they don't want to be accountable for sticking with that side, especially when things are not going the way that we want it to go from a cultural perspective. And so they give themselves an out. Independents, in a lot of instances, are giving ourselves an out. It's to say, you know what? I roll with whoever it is I think is the best candidate. Most people don't even do enough research to even know who the best candidate is in their local elections. How can you be truly independent and you don't know any better? How can you be independent and you don't know any better? We sheep. Most people out here are sheep. They picking and choosing according to what's popular at the time, and that's the person that they rolling with. It's a popularity contest. Politics has always been a popularity contest. That's why people run on certain platforms in certain areas, not based off of what they really believe in, but what they think that the people want them to do. And you can't even authentically vet through people. And so this is low-hanging fruit for Stephen A. Smith. And I'm disappointed in him because I think that Stephen A. Smith is intelligent enough to actually have better conversations about what politics and sports are supposed to be. For him to take this position and say, well, Trump can't come to Madison Square Garden, this is a bad idea, so on and so forth. I think this is low-hanging fruit for Stephen A. I think he can do a lot better than this.
But
a whole lot better.
When you're dealing with politics, when you literally are raining on a parade of New York City, and you ingratiate yourself into this to a point where thousands upon thousands of people were scheduled to be outside of Madison Square Garden, who can't afford to get in there, by the way, who can't get a ticket inside, by the way, and you sit around
and go to the Brooklyn Nets games,
and you push them away from Madison Square Garden just because you want to arrive. I thought Donald Trump was a New Yorker. I thought he cared about New Yorkers. I thought he was supposed to be one of us when it came to the Knicks, because he is a legitimate Knicks fan, by the way. He ain't lying about that. He's always been a Knicks fan, which makes it even more inexcusable what he's doing. You got Mar-a-Lago. You got the White House. You got, Westminster or Westminster in New Jersey, whatever the hell it is. You don't have to be in New York City. You don't have to have Secret Service and the NYPD and everybody else preoccupied with making sure you're secure and insulated at the expense of New York Knicks fans all over the city.
Stephen A. got to do better.
That have waited for this all their lives. Who knows that better than Donald Trump?
He got to do better.
Last time the New York Knicks won the title was in 1973. Donald Trump, a Queens native, a businessman in New York City at the time, was 26 years old when Walt Clyde Frazier put on a show in that Game 7. He was 26 years old when the New York Knicks last won the title in May of 1973. He was 23 years old when Willis Reed came out of that damn tunnel for Game 7 against the Los Angeles Lakers. He was 23 when Jerry West got sent home. He wasn't some damn toddler. He knows.
This is fake outrage. This is 100% fake outrage.
Why is the President of the United States, knowing how much traffic will be affected, knowing the inconvenience he would cause, would do this? It is selfish. No way around it. And let me tell you something. People that listen to him, you know what they'll tell you, right? They're going to tell you that, you know what? Donald Trump's attitude is probably, hey, man, they didn't vote for me. What do I care? I'm not running for re-election. What do I care? He's going to use excuses like that because we know how petty he can be. But let me throw you out some numbers for y'all because you need to understand something. Did Donald Trump lose New York in the 2024 election? Yes, he did. Do y'all know 43.3% of the population in New York voted for him? He picked up 3,578,899 votes.
That's his city. He's supposed to.
Did you know that it was an improvement from what he did in 2020 when he only got 37.7% of the vote and Biden got 60.9%? Did you know that?
Because Trump did cheated.
You know
hold on. I don't know why it's so hard for people to understand this. It wasn't that he picked up more votes. And this is just my personal opinion. I stand on this. Hello? I'm sorry? Hey, Jason, how you doing? I'm doing really well. So I got a question. I actually think that I want to upgrade my seats for next season.
Okay.
And I'm wondering, if you can find out what's available and get back to me on that, because I don't know who's renewed and who hasn't renewed.
Yeah, for sure. We'd love to see you get some better seats. I mean, you've got some pretty amazing seats to begin with, but let's talk about that a little bit more, though. What's everyone has their own preference, taste? Like, what would an ideal seat look like for you?
Well, one of the things is, and this may sound a little weird, one of the things is if I can get on the other side of the court instead of the camera facing towards me, that will be helpful. Because I mean, if I can't, then I can't. But if I can get on the other side, because I don't know, they always put me on camera, and I don't know how I feel about that. You know what I'm saying? But
right.
So that's one of the things. And if I can't, then it's cool. But I just want to see what is available, because I know that a lot of the seats are corporate, and I'm one of the people that actually buy my seats as an individual. And so if you could just get back to me with some options, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, for sure. Let me do some homework here and get back to you. We'd love to possibly look into that. And I hear what you're saying. It's funny. Some people like the camera thing. Some people don't. It's a mixed bag. I feel like there's pros and cons to being on it, but it also depends on your industry and if visibility is a good thing or a bad thing for you.
Yeah. But yeah, just let me know what you got, and then we'll go from there.
Of course. Have a good one, man. We'll be in touch shortly.
All right, my friend.
Thank you.
Can't keep putting, nah, we're not going to keep on doing that. We're not going to keep on doing that. That way, when I bring my lady friends to the game, I ain't got to keep hearing all of y'all mouths. You know what I'm saying? Let's get back to the show. We don't want to derail too much about what it is that we was getting ourselves into.
178,899 votes, the 43.3% that Donald Trump achieved in 2024 was one of the largest Republican swings in the nation, narrowing the Democratic margin by over 10 points, which is something he bragged about. But then you're going to shove all of that aside and tell New Yorkers, bump y'all, kiss my ass, go find someplace else to do a watch party because I'm coming to the Garden. Really? That's what you're going to do? You're going to be that selfish? Thousands upon thousands of people, mainly kids, that can't afford to get into the Garden, are going to be outside, and now they got to have the watch party canceled. There will be no watch party outside of Madison Square Garden just because he arrives, just because he's coming. Oh, they're going to have it in Central Park. Oh, they're going to have it in Bryant Park. Yo. But not outside the Garden?
Yeah, Stephen A. is off on this one definitively, and I still think he's a great commentator. I think he's great at what he does. And I think he's doing a great job in these spaces, but I think that Stephen A. Smith is way, way off. And I think that this is low-hanging fruit for him. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let me read some of y'all super chats, and then we're going to get over to the next part of the show. Let's see. Box of Oranges says, Dems will now tell us that kids partying outside of Madison Square Garden is the backbone of our democracy. Prometheus says, AD, why is it that the NBA and the NFL has zero player power considering they dominate the sport? Is it lack of leadership? I don't know. I know that money talks in every situation, and the NBA and the NFL is the most profitable leagues when it comes to that. Outside of soccer, obviously. P. Rothstein says, if you can't afford the tickets to go into Madison Square Garden, then stay at home or stay at home and watch the game like everyone else in the country. F them kids. I'm with you. P. Rothstein also says Stephen A. is not talking about how much he was kissing when it came to Obama, so now the president is restricted where he can go inside of America. Ain't that crazy? You can't even go to a game. Shout out to my dog, B. Hunter Spot. I appreciate you. Thank you, my friend. All right. Wesley Turner says he can't go see a game in his own city. Who hasn't won since he was 26 years old and he's almost 80 now? This means as much to him as anyone else. Yeah. It's amazing to me how we now starting to police whether or not the president of the United States of America can actually go to a Knicks game. That's crazy. In a city that he was born and raised in. I don't get it. I truly don't get it. Well, I guess it's time to go ahead and explore Spencer Pratt. I told y'all. I already told y'all that this was going to happen. Y'all didn't believe me. I don't know why y'all don't believe me when I say things. I told you that this was going to happen.
This morning, a week after California's primary day, reality TV star Spencer Pratt's insurgent campaign for LA mayor has officially run its course. NBC News projecting progressive city councilwoman Nithya Raman, who had been steadily gaining ground on the conservative political outsider, will now advance to the fall runoff against incumbent Democratic Mayor Karen Bass. The results, a bitter disappointment for Pratt's supporters after his election night high when results showed him in second place last week.
I didn't know I'd be here tonight, but it's obviously God's plan.
The race drawing national attention with some top Republicans without evidence claiming voter fraud, including President Trump posting on Truth Social, not possible for Spencer Pratt to have lost the LA runoffs after the big lead he had, rigged elections. But California's election process often slower than other states. More than 80% in this race voting by mail, and those ballots are counted so long as they're postmarked by Election Day. The nonpartisan official in charge pushing back on fraud claims.
This is how the voting process is structured in California, based on giving voters multiple options and a long time period for when to cast their ballots.
And Mayor Bass also firing back.
What do you make of the president's claims and some of the claims by Spencer Pratt's supporters that the Democrats have cheated in this election?
Well, I mean, I think that that's a familiar accusation that is made when one is losing.
Statewide, well over 1 million mail-in ballots still need to be counted.
You can see every single one of these ballots is being counted by hand. They then make their way over here to this highly secure tally room.
While in the tight race for governor, Republican Steve Hilton says the system is flawed, but he hasn't seen evidence of fraud.
We've seen nothing that would give us cause to intervene in that way.
His race still a question mark. Either Hilton or Democrat Tom Steyer will face former Biden cabinet member Javier Becerra in the November matchup.
And Hilton is one of many now calling on the state to make changes to its ballot counting process to speed it up.
Let me tell you something. There's no way in hell that any Republican in our current state, without some form of change in our legislation to, first of all, make sure that you can actually show voter ID in order to vote. And then secondly, to ensure that elections is fair all across the country, especially in California. We know that California is the fraud capital of the world. And Hilton has no chance in winning. No chance whatsoever. I said it. I had already told y'all that Spencer Pratt had no chance. No chance. When these primaries started popping off, and we started looking at how much motion he got, he made the Batman ad. He was on the streets. He was spray painting Spencer Pratt for mayor on the streets to show you how dirty it is. Once he started talking about that we don't actually have a homelessness problem, we have problems specifically that they're not trying to solve, and they're actually exacerbating the problem instead of actually spending money to solve for the problem, and that over $30 billion was missing and all. He over. I told y'all this weeks ago. I said when Spencer Pratt started talking about all of the stuff that was really happening inside of California, you can forget it. He's unelectable. He's not electable. That Batman ad racked up millions of views and had people talking everywhere. It made him a household name politically where he ultimately wasn't. He washed them. He absolutely destroyed them in the debates. If you looked at the debate, Spencer Pratt mollywopped Karen Bass in that debate. I said it during debate time. I said it a few days ago, last week. I said it when I seen him running those ads, and when I seen him actually speaking about all of the fraud and how they needed to be audited and what was happening with homelessness and where the money was going and stuff. I said, oh, he's not electable. It ain't no way in the world that they can elect Spencer Pratt because it's too much riding on this. It's too much money involved. It's too much fraud that had to be held accountable, right? The biggest state that is literally fighting. And then y'all had seen that Steve Hilton, who was the Republican person that is running for governor of California, and y'all seen that he was in a close lead. And I started looking at the numbers and I said, oh, they just splitting the vote. He don't have a chance. He's running for aesthetics. He's running for popularity purposes. He's not running because he's actually able to win in any way, shape, and form over in California. A lot of people go into the ballot booth and they just vote straight down Democrat. They don't even separate themselves. That's why it's so important to even be the first person that's at the top of the ballot sometimes. That's why it's so important a lot of times in order for you to be on the left side or the right side of the ballot. All of that stuff actually plays a role in you getting elected. Ain't no way in the world that he was going to beat Karen Bass, even a little bit. Karen Bass, I'm just going to tell you right now, Karen Bass is going to be the mayor of Los Angeles for some time to come. And so the question that we really need to be asking ourselves is, does this same thing play out for Brandon Johnson? Does the same thing play out, all across the United States of America? He's not even in the runoff. He's not even in the runoff. That's crazy. Somebody said, do you always have to say the United States of America? No, I'll put some respect on this country's name. Just say the U.S. Nah. It's the United States of America. We're supposed to be united in the way that we go about solving for problems. Largely, there's some things that we're not supposed to be divided against. I always say, even in person, the United States of America. I don't need to have an abbreviation when I'm acknowledging my country.
Governor Gavin Newsom's office tells us that the governor wishes the vote count move faster, too. And as for the L.A. mayor's race, Spencer Pratt has not commented or spoken out since NBC News and other outlets projected he is not advancing to the runoff. Savannah.
All right, Liz, thank you very much.
We've just gotten a new amount of votes that have just come in. I want to get over to Steve Kornacki. He's at the big board right now. And Steve, some big news. We now have a first and second place in the mayor's race.
Yeah, there it is. NBC's Decision Desk is now projecting that Nithya Raman will finish in second place here in this Los Angeles mayoral primary. That will advance her to the general election where she will face incumbent Mayor Karen Bass in a one-on-one.
Paint the world pink. This is a pink and blue country now. Not red and blue. Pink and blue country. Women, minority women are taking over in California and Los Angeles. Nithya Raman actually got more votes than Spencer Pratt. That's impressive, bro. That is impressive. Wow. He never had a chance.
Contest. That means that Spencer Pratt
never had a
will
chance.
be eliminated here, will not make it to the runoff here. And again, this continues, Tom, what we were talking about just a few minutes ago about this vote reporting pattern that we've seen in California and specifically in Los Angeles, how the late counted, late arriving vote by mail has been so overwhelmingly Democratic and particularly strong for Rahman in this mayoral race. So if you noticed a few minutes ago when we showed you these numbers before this update, there were about 3,000 votes that were separating Pratt from Rahman. He was about 3,000 votes behind Rahman. Now you can see 207, 229. That margin is about 22,000 votes. That last update that just came in, approximately 33,000 new votes for Nithya Rahman and about 14,000 new votes for Spencer Pratt. So she beat him by nearly 20,000 votes in that new update. She had a small advantage over Pratt in the vote count before that. It's now expanded, really kind of exploded. She leads him by almost 3 points here. And again, every update we've been getting from Los Angeles since election night has been like this. It's been overwhelmingly pro-Rahman. Pratt has sort of been left in the dust. He did have a bit of a pad there because he had done well in that election day vote. But over the last week, that pad eroded. She passed him in the last couple of days, and now she is surging well ahead, far enough ahead again that our decision desk is now projecting it will be Rahman, it will be Bass, that will be the runoff, no Pratt.
This morning,
Let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all think that, and I'm just asking, how do y'all feel about mail-in ballots? How do y'all feel about mail-in ballots? Just a question. Curious as to what y'all think. What's y'all general perspective on mail-in ballots? Mail-in ballots are fraud. Let me see what y'all talking about. Elections are rigged, period. System be systeming. It's a scam. It's a scam. It's a scam. We shouldn't have them. It's flawed. Ending in mail-in ballots. It's a good way for Democrats to cheat. No. Somebody says no, fail. Sus, but it happens around the world. Total corruption. Fraud, ripe for fraud, too easy to cheat, outdated, fraud. A lot don't vote local elections. Look at Cali population and the voter turnout is abysmal. It's a scam, boo, fraud. Media called it yesterday with over 300,000 ballots not counted. Fraud, 33,000 votes more. It should be very limited. Don't like the idea. Mail-in ballots are trash. It's a loophole. Mail-in ballots are the easiest way to be able to cheat in an election. And I agree with the overwhelming majority of everybody that is speaking right now. I think that mail-in ballots should not be a thing. At all. At all. I don't like mail-in ballots. I think that it is the easiest way for people to be able to cheat. I'm taken aback at the fact that y'all didn't realize that Spencer Pratt didn't have a chance. And it's so funny because I was listening to y'all question me the whole time. And people were talking big, Anton, you don't know what you're talking about. It's about to be a wave in California. California is going to turn red. Spencer Pratt is going to turn Los Angeles red. He's going to oust Karen Bass, all of this stuff. And it didn't matter how abysmal of a job that she did. It didn't matter that she fumbled the fires. It didn't matter that people's houses got burned down. It don't matter about the property taxes. Doesn't matter about how rampant crime is. It doesn't matter that they ain't got no money, that the budgets ain't balanced. She's done a horrible job. Second to only Brandon Johnson when it comes to a major city in the United States. See, I said the United States instead of the United States of America, just for you, baby girl. But she's done a massively horrible job. The governor has done a massively horrible job in California. And yet we're sitting here having conversations about Karen Bass leading. She's not only winning, she's leading by a wide margin the pack. And Spencer Pratt never had a chance. Never had a chance. I don't know what y'all thought was going to happen. What did y'all think was going to happen? How did y'all think that this was going to play out? How did y'all think that this was going to play out? What did you think that was going to happen differently than what happened? I was under no illusion. I was under no illusion that it was going to be anything different than what it was. Somebody said Karen Bass was always going to win. That's a fact. That's a fact, and it's been a fact. And so there's only two conversations that need to be had at this point. Is it because of fraud, or is it because of incompetence of the people over in Los Angeles? Or both? A, is Karen Bass going to win because of fraud? B, is she going to win because the people in Los Angeles are incompetent? Or is it a combination of both? That's the question that we need to ask ourselves. That was the only conversation to have. Y'all think that the people in California is stupid? Don't let them call y'all stupid, Cali people. Cali people, California knows how to party. California knows how to party. In the city of good old Watts. In the city of Compton. Know how to party. Shake it, baby. Shake it. Old Town. And you know LA up in this. Pasadena, where you at? Inglewood always up to no good. Even Hollywood up in this piece. Shout out to California. Yeah. It speaks to the quote. Now, I know that there's going to be some people that automatically somehow has a quote on the screen, but it speaks to the quote. In war, you can only be killed once. In politics, you can be killed many times. And that can mean a bevy of different things, right? You can look at it from the positive lens and say, well, that means that you always have an opportunity to redeem yourself even after you lose. See what happens after the 2020 election and Trump came back and won in 2024? Or it could mean that you're getting embarrassed multiple times because you'll never have an opportunity to win and do the right thing for the people that's the best, that's in their best interest. And every time I think about how awesome California is as far as the weather is concerned, I always come back to stuff. I get reminded. I get put back in my place. And I say, man, La Jolla is beautiful and it's so great. And all of the snow bunnies is always out there trying to bust it down for a real one. It would be nice to go on vacation over in La Jolla or even move there. I could see why people enjoy the weather over in California, and then I'm reminded. And they bring me right on back down to reality of, you know what? Nice to visit, nice to go on vacation, nice to look at, but it's just like partying. California is the personification of liberals. What does that mean, Anton? That means that they're fun to party with. They're good to have a good time with. If you're looking to do a few drugs, if you want to go and dance, if you want to go and bust down a chick the same night without thinking twice about it, then you're going to have a great time. But definitely don't marry them. Definitely don't switch parties. California is like liberals in that you know it's something that you're not supposed to do, but it's something that you do temporarily to have fun, and then you say it was just a phase in your life. It was just a phase in my life. California is like liberals. California is that toxic girl that you know you shouldn't be messing with. You know you could never marry her. You know you could never bring her home to mama. But for whatever reason, you messing with her anyway at the time, and you just hoping not to get her pregnant so that you don't get stuck. That's what California is. Knows how to party. California is the personification of liberal. Now, that don't mean that you're not going to mess up because you're Republican or you supposedly conservative or even that you're a Christian. You know, you might have got caught up. You did a couple drugs. You did the Hunter Biden for a minute. You still got to go home. You still got to get yourself together. You still got to get yourself right with God. We still trying to make it to heaven. You know what I'm saying? Anton, you should move somewhere like North Carolina. Why? Because of great weather, a strong job market. Well, hold on. Well, see, Ryan, and this is where you lose me. This is where you lose me. Why do I care about a strong job market? Look, when y'all pitch people certain things, y'all have to pitch them according to what their lifestyle is. You know what I'm saying? Weather, cool. Job market, don't care. Lots of things to do. Okay. Amazing beaches and mountains. All right, that makes sense. But when you hit me with the strong job market part, I was like, I don't know about that. Some people are saying North Carolina is trash. Unfortunately for me, all right, Ryan, I'm going to be honest with you. Unfortunately for me, and I'm about to move over into, what am I going into next? Let's see. What did we just do? Spencer Pratt? I'm going to get into Jamal Bryant. I haven't addressed him in a while. Unfortunately for me, it's almost like, and I don't know how I'm able to easily put these metaphors together or whatever, or put these relatable examples together. It's like the culture, right? It's like the culture. I love cities the same way that I love rap music or certain parts of the culture that we can't get away from. You know what I'm saying? It's like being rich, but you still carrying stacks of money inside of your pocket. It don't make sense. You don't need it, but you do it because it's just something that you're used to doing. It's something that you relate to. I like staying in cities. I don't like the way that people vote that stay in cities. Most liberal cities are horrible, but then at the same time, I have enough money to where my experience inside of a liberal city, I'm unaffected by the way that people vote. Does that make sense? So, like, for example, being in Detroit, right? I was born and raised in Detroit. I love Detroit. And I love what Detroit is becoming because of the investments that come from people that have a more conservative view. But the majority of the people inside of Detroit is always going to vote blue. Why? Because that's what we do from a cultural perspective, especially when you're one of the blackest cities in America. And so by default, I'm always going to love being inside of a city because of all of the things to do. But I don't like all of the things that come along with staying inside of a blue city. But I love it more than I love staying inside of the suburbs because I can always get active and get, you know what I'm saying? Get into whatever it is that I got going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hate the things that we champion and celebrate the most when it comes to black culture, but I love listening to rap music. I can't get away from it. It's got a hold on me. I don't know what to do. I'm an advocate. And in that way, I guess we all kind of hypocritical because the thing that we embrace and the lifestyles that we live don't always reflect what our values are or the things that we actually want our values to be inside of the culture, right? I'm an advocate for families and keeping families together and all of that type of stuff, but we love the hoes. You know what I'm saying? We understand that rap music is bad and we hypocritical a lot of times, and we'll say, man, you see that new Carisha song, Spinach, and then you're gonna see a bunch of guys that criticize it, and they're gonna say, man, look at these chicks and look at this negative stuff, and she telling them spin that. Where the scam and they N-words at, and where these at, and it's all bad. You know what I'm saying? Then I'm gonna be like, Iceman turn. What else? You know what I'm saying? So it's that's, to be honest with y'all, a lot of people don't understand this. This is why it says that the war that we have with the flesh is going to be ongoing for the rest of our lives. It's a war about principalities. It's things that are deeper than just what you see on the surface that we war within about. I was just bumping G Herbo. I was bumping a lot of stuff. I can't lie. Carisha got her a hit with that. And she got all of the little hood rats outside. And it's making dudes that don't got no money uncomfortable. Because every time a guy comes into a comment where a chick is saying, what's the Cash Doll song when she says, I want the rich one? Then the women say, you must not be the rich one. What did Cash Doll say? I want the rich one. And you got all of the Asians and all of these people these women making songs to it. And they making the songs to Carisha and all of that. What am I going to do? Because I hate the message. And then when you see the chicks that be popping it off, throwing it back and saying, I want the rich one, I can't not. What am I going to do? Not look? Man, look at that hood rat. She fine in the mug, ain't she? Man, look at Meg Thee Stallion, bro. So stupid, man. She locked Tory up, man. You see Meg Thee Stallion? Man. I mean, I wouldn't say it online, but she was looking. She had a fatty. You know what I'm saying? That was crazy. Man, she crazy. It's a lot of guys. Let me tell you how hypocritical we are as a culture, as a society. Some of the main people, they lie. I asked the guy the other day, I said, bro, in real life, he was talking about Meg, right? And I said, okay, yeah, I feel you. He's talking about Tory Lanez and all of this. I said, but would you hit though? I said, would you hit though? And he was like, I don't think so. I said, you a lie. You a lie. Bro, you just told me you hit Laura the other day. I'm making a name up. You told me you hit Laura the other day. Laura ain't even close to what Meg looks like. We know Laura for the streets. He started cracking up. Man, you crazy time. Maybe I would. Look at all these people lying in the chat. Nah, I wouldn't hit it. Heck no. Man, shut up. Y'all, man, why we can't just keep it 100? Like, this is not the show where you have to cap. Why we can't just keep it 1,000? I wouldn't. I wouldn't do it. Man, I wouldn't do it. Stop, bro. Stop. 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 No rubber, no nothing. You will be going all the way through it. You'll let her take you, what y'all say? You'll let her take you through there. Yeah, I heard what Barkley said last night about Cardi. I don't understand why people be capping. It's unnecessary. Let's get into a subject that I don't want to talk about. Actually, you know what? Let me read the super chats first, and then we're going to get there. All right? It's been a great show. Been a great show so far. Imagine that I had to end it now. 2 hours just seems so short. You know what I'm saying? Long Way ENT says, AD, would you let NBA 2K put your likeness in a crowd of Pistons home games? Yep. Absolutely. Big M Dub says, did you see them ripping Stephen A. Smith fans' jersey off? What? Oh, San Antonio Spurs fans' jerseys off. No, I'm a look at that in a second. Give me a second. Let me come back to that. Jay Scoom says, Anton, I'm sorry if you've addressed this before. Were you in CS or computer engineering? In your opinion, what's the outlook on the computer engineering job market? I appreciate your opinion on money topics. So, Oakland University and Oakland Community College, both of them, right? Because I went to both of them. They have a CS program, a computer science program, but you still have to specialize. And no matter what you do, look, software engineering is not going away. You're just going to have to evolve your skill set that you have within that in order for you to land the jobs that you want to land. As a matter of fact, they pay more for these engineers than ever before. The problem was that we had a lot of people inside of the market that wasn't actually engineers, and now they can't find a job because they just took a boot camp. And you know what's so funny about that? I told people years ago, and now it's coming back to haunt them. I told people years ago when they would ask me, say, Anton, do you think that I should either just do a boot camp or you think I should go back to school to get my software engineering degree? And I would say, well, listen, it depends on what you want and how long you want to last inside of this industry. And people was like, no, I'm going to just go to a boot camp. No, I'm going to just go to the boot camp. Notice how boot camps has died. Notice how boot camps have died. Have y'all noticed that? Information services, that's true. But usually it always comes back down to a specialty anyway. So you still want to you still want to specialize. You still want to specialize. I told people, stay away from boot camps the same way that I told them to stay away from the trucking stuff. Same way that I told them to stay away a bunch of stuff. And I told people, I said, bro, you're not going to be able to secure a job in the long run, and you're not going to be able to have any upward mobility in the company because you don't have a degree. And they were asking me all the time, should I get a degree or should I go to do a boot camp? I can just do a boot camp and hurry up and get a job. Well, now look at them. Bro, I come back and I tell people all the time, okay, we're going to revisit this conversation. Sometimes I don't remember. Sometimes I don't remember to come back, but when I remember, when y'all ask a question, I say, yep, I told y'all to do this, I told y'all to do that, and y'all didn't do it. Look, no, Anton, not so fast. Boot camps are having a resurgence. Good luck with that. Taking a crash course to think that you're going to be able to get a job is crazy. It's crazy. But you got it. Y'all do y'all thing. I don't know why people are missing it, bro. I don't get it. Shout out to you, Jay Scoom. Great question. Crimson, my girlfriend, says, you called it, Lord Anton. We know the truth. Yeah, baby girl. I can see the future. I can see you in my future in some way. Big Dub says, bro, it's 30 people on that ballot for governor. So dumb. Steve, what up, Steve? Steve says, ramen noodles didn't even win her own district, bro. This was so rigged from the jump. Ramen noodles. Josh McLean says, honest question, is this a case of the voters being willfully ignorant or the corruption that is bad? I asked the same question. I think it's both. Rio's Family Garden says it should only be vote same day. It's all a scam with those mail-in ballots. I agree. Vito Royale says, I knew Pratt was cooked when he told the truth. Cannot do that in the city of demons. He was gonna be cooked no matter what. Wesley Turner says, AD, can you give a prediction of where Cali, LA will be in about 10 years? How bad will it get before people vote differently? People are never gonna vote differently. I've seen cities, I've seen Detroit back in the day go all the way into being absolute, man, listen, shout out to Michelle. I was talking to Michelle on the rooftop yesterday, and we was chilling, and I lit the little fire thing for her. She was like, oh my God, can you help me light this fire? So we got into all of these conversations, and so I met her up on the rooftop, and we was talking about it, and we wound up realizing we was both from Cass Tech. And so, we was talking, and we were talking about what the city used to be, because she was a little bit older than me. And so we was talking about what the city used to be and how it evolved into what it is now. Guess what never changed? People never stopped voting Democrat. We just got Mayor Duggan in there at the time. And Mayor Duggan was a conservative that actually promoted himself and ran as a Democrat. So the city never stopped voting the way that it was going to vote. Ever. I don't think that California is ever going to stop voting the way that it votes. I don't know how to pronounce your name, says the governor signed an executive order to stop the federal government from looking into their voter rolls days before the election. Longway ENT says Spectrum Time with the Dr. Dre California love. Eternity Inc. says, AD, big fan of the show and your business acumen. Have you done any research on eVTOLs, electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, and what the potential investment opportunity looks like? I've seen, what do you call them? Crowdfunding for some vehicles. Even people on this show told me, they said, Anton, looking at this and looking at that. I don't know how far off in the future that will be. I think that those type of emerging technologies will lose money over the next 10 years before it becomes anything mainstream. You know what I'm saying? We still trying to get autonomous vehicles off the ground. And I don't think that we'll ever have a legislation within the next 10 years that will validate electric vehicles and landing aircraft from being able to be mainstream. That takes legislation also, because now you're talking about airspace, geofencing, legislation. And one thing that we know about legislation in the United States of America, and this is one thing that China has upon us, is because they don't have this red tape, is that it's slow. It's super slow in the United States of America. So from an investment perspective, I think that it's going to take a while. A long time for that to even come into fruition. But if you got time and money to burn and money to waste, then go ahead and get into it. Let's get into this Jamal. I'm going to call him Jamal. Jamal Bryant conversation, because he is jumping on the bandwagon to basically go against Cheyenne Bryant. Is it fair for me to say that, well, I'll share with y'all my thoughts in a second. Again, make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications.
So I have a different vantage point when I am hearing the conversation, the controversy, and the contention around Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. It really exposes a flurry of contradictions and hypocrisies that we really have not grappled with appropriately. I want you to consider the fact that Black people, by and large, already have overwhelming reticence around assistance towards mental health. There's far too many of us who have lived through trauma, have had to deal with the lacerations of childhood wounds, won't sit on the couch, won't talk to a professional, won't seek help. Because somehow we have made therapy synonymous with being crazy, as opposed to it being a tributary to being balanced. Other communities will escort their children and themselves to go seek professional help. But Black people, generally speaking, have fought it until recent vintage, saying, I'm just not going. I'm not going to sit down and talk to somebody. The danger of Sister Cheyenne Bryant, not Doctor, Sister Cheyenne Bryant, is that it pulls us back further because we already had suspicion, we already had a pregnant pause, and we already had an overwhelming trepidation as to whether or not medical mental health was appropriate for us. We have a long-standing, had a pregnant pause around how it is that we have been treated, as cited in the book Medical Apartheid. And so for those who are yearning to breathe free, now having to question the credentials and the qualifiers, raises for us another stumbling block to argue with your full chest that accreditation is not necessary, that the submission is only for an insurance payout, and that credentialing is only to be monitored by God, is in no uncertain terms, it is a offense and it is a felony of consciousness.
All of this, in my opinion, is word salad. It is. All of this is word salad. And you want to know why? It's word salad because if people really cared, let's say, for example, a Jamal Bryant, right? Because all that he was talking about with her, I'm going to have to get it. All that he was talking about with her, most of it had nothing to do with mental health amongst Black people being credentialed and all of this other stuff, right? If he really wanted to, he could have vetted this out and vetted her out before she even came to the platform. All of this word salad and using big words to try to confuse people so that he can try to take a position and make it seem like, you know what, I don't support this and all of this credentialed. All of this is bullcrap. All of this is nonsense. I wouldn't be surprised if he's reading. He tried to ran the bandwagon just like everybody else, and he platformed her because it was popular to do so. And he didn't discover her until after she was on Nick Cannon's Cannon Talk, Cam Newton's 4th and 1, Shannon Sharp's platform, all of this other stuff. After, well, I don't think that she was on Shannon Sharp, but she was on Cam Newton's platform. After she discovered her, he was discovering her like everybody else. He decided to reach out to her to have her on the platform. Now, this is where it becomes a little bit tricky for me because and the reason that I say it becomes tricky for me is due to the fact that I have to defend Cheyenne Bryant. I have to defend Cheyenne Bryant in this instance because it is not her fault that he decided that he wanted to platform her because it was a popular thing to do. And let's be honest. Why is it popular for him to do? Why is it popular for him to do? Don't worry, it was a rhetorical question. I will tell you why it's popular for him to do. Because he's playing both sides. He's playing the secular side and he's playing the church side, which is all 100% the secular side. Somebody asked me, actually it's a few people that asked me, they said, Anton, when are you gonna, and this is like been over years, Anton, when would you ever open up a church? Anton, would you ever do the church thing? Anton, would you ever do this? Would you ever do that? And I've always said, I can't see it. I can't see myself doing it. Because I believe that in order for you to be a shepherd of the people when it comes to inviting them into church, and specifically speaking only biblically, that you have to hold yourself to a much higher standard than just being able to say, well, I'm a believer, or I'm a Christian, or I'm saved, or I got the Holy Ghost, or I'm whatever, right? When you talk about being a leader, even a leader when it comes to being a bag chaser, even a leader when it comes to being a Patreon member, I will never, ever, and y'all know this, I will never, ever recommend you do something that A, I would not do myself, or I have not already done myself, and B, I actually have to go and put my own money up. I got to put my own money up. I couldn't name the show The Millionaire Morning Show unless I was a millionaire. I can't tell you how you're supposed to build a house unless I've built the house. I can't give you a recommendation of how I'm going to invest unless I'm an investor. I have to be the personification of what I'm advocating for other people to be, because it's not enough to just go to seminary school and then say, well, you know, I'm a pastor. I'm Deacon Baptist pastor. I love God. Sometimes I love the hoes too. So I'm not in that position. I'm not in a position to spiritually guide you because I'm still being an overcomer. I'm still overcoming, baby. And so until I get there, and really, I'm just joking with you right now, honestly, I'm just talking junk. But I'm still a bag chaser, right? One of the reasons why I would never run for politics is because I don't see no money in it. And until I run up all of the bags that I feel like I need to have, I'm unwilling to become a public servant and sacrificing how much money I make every single day in order to run for office. I think that I would do 10 times of a better job than anybody politically. And I also think that most people that are running politically, they are doing it because they need the job and they are finessing. They're doing it because they need the job and they are finessing. They don't have nothing else that they would do. They're going to have to figure out how to get a job. You seen what Eyelashes, what was her name back in the day? Well, we already forgot her name. Down there in Texas, that says that she was going to win in Texas. We seen what Eyelashes said. She said, I got to go figure out what I'm going to do next. I got to go to the job. I might have to apply in order to, I might have to do all of this. I might have to, I don't know what maybe I'll try to write a book. I don't know. Because they were used to getting that big salary, that $174,000 a year. Well, $174,000 a year, that ain't going to do nothing for me. Jasmine Crockett. And so because it wouldn't do anything for me, I can't see myself ever running for office until I truly want to dedicate myself into being a public servant, because I don't think that I could do both. I don't think that I could do both. I think that in order for you to truly, truly be a servant of the people when it comes to being a steward and a pastor, you can't play both sides. You can't play both sides. You can't be of the world and of God at the same time while you're trying to lead the people to believe 100% of what Jesus stood for. That's not what the words say. You can't be lukewarm. You got to be hot or cold. You can't be in the middle. He spit you out of his mouth. And so while I'm looking at him getting involved in anything that he can possibly get involved in popular culture and doing everything except for what we know is the right thing to do when it comes to stewarding and shepherding the people and doing the right thing, I don't believe him. Never have, never did. I'll go further. All right, now we about to get a little bit more dirty. I'll go further. I don't believe that you can be a part of the Divine Nine and be a pastor or a preacher in the pulpit. I don't care how y'all want to try to fit it. I don't care how y'all trying to make it seem like it's okay when it's not. I don't believe that you could be a pastor with a direct connection from God to the people and be a fraternity member or a sorority member. I don't believe it at all. At all. You have to 100% be devoted to God. And that is the reason why I would never disrespect the word. I would never disrespect the temple. I would never disrespect God by getting into something that I'm not supposed to be in before it's my time to do it. So y'all can continue to play this game. Matter of fact, let's back off of that one for a second. Give me a second. Let's work. Hold on. Let's work, y'all. Let's put the work in real quick. Let me pull up this really quickly. Close that out. It's a couple more steps when we're using a little bit more extensive software. But I think that it's worth the conversation. Let's not focus on what he's saying to condemn Cheyenne Bryant. I'm going to defend you, Cheyenne Bryant. I'm your lawyer. I am now on Cheyenne Bryant's team. I'm defending Cheyenne Bryant all day, every day. I don't want to go based off of what he says. I want to go based off of the conversation that was had between him and her when it was popular to do so. Let's visit that part. Y'all ready?
Sex is an act. It's an oral act, a penetration act, it's a fondling act, and it brings your body to an orgasmic, finishing or completion. Intimacy has nothing to do with the orgasm. Will orgasm come emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and physically through intense intimacy? Absolutely. But intimacy looks like a 4-hour conversation about knowledge of each other. Intimacy looks like a disagreement of two people submitting, so it never turned into discord. Intimacy looks like, I talked about the gentleman that I'm talking to praying over me when he's at an event with a group of people he could just stay, entertained with. Intimacy looks like, baby, did you make it home? Did you eat? Are you okay? Do you need anything? Intimacy looks like, I'm going to put my needs aside because I see you're in a space where you need all of me. And so I'll choose to discuss this issue I may have with you another time. I check in. Intimacy also looks like when I'm not with you because I am truly faithful, truly focused, and truly aligned with you, that you have a calmness.
So she's wrong, but that's not the part of the conversation that I want to focus on. I want to focus on what does any of this have to do with her credentials and now him coming out because it's, again, popular to do so. Because it's, again, popular to do so because he's playing both sides. Let's continue.
A peace. And intimacy looks like what I just talked about, the epitome of transparency. For me, transparency is intimacy because you're giving me a piece of you that I don't have to try to navigate. You're allowing me to see it. And this is one that a lot of people are very confused on. True intimacy is, no, I'm not responsible for carrying your hardships, your traumas, your deficits. But if I chose you, damn it, I'm responsible for facilitating you through it. And there's too many people that are saying heal and get over it and then come talk to me. Well, how about I don't want to talk to you at all? Because if you can't at least facilitate doesn't look like you got your toolbox out and you're trying to fix, because like Jesus and the disciples, we all got to carry our own cross. And even when Jesus went to the cross and got crucified, there was a whole audience, but they nailed him by himself. Okay? And he also was resurrected by himself.
Yes.
By God. Nobody was there to carry, resurrect, or do any of those savior things. However, facilitation, support is something that is very intimacy, the what do you need? And then showing up in that. I want to go further because people are going to be like, okay, Doc, that's cool. That's all the
So
surface
I want to
Taking a bath
first,
together.
and this is, again, why you have to be careful. Listening to different people. Jesus was not up on a cross by himself. Okay? He was next to two convicted criminals. This is Bible School 101. I don't just listen to people that talk really fast. Now, again, I'm not criticizing her on this, but I just have to correct it because I'm making my point right here. He was not up there by himself. That's not true. I don't know what word y'all reading. I don't know what Bible that y'all looking at. I don't know what y'all making yourself familiar with and all of this stuff, but none of this stuff is true. And so when they use this in order to try to justify their argument, which is why I say you have to substantiate your argument. And I listen to what people say. And if you listen to what people say long enough, you'll realize that they just talking. And it sound good. And to the untrained eye and to the untrained ear, it'll make sense to you because you'll say, oh, cook, sis, all of that stuff, right? You'll do that. But it's wrong. The reference points are wrong. The examples are wrong. The talking points are wrong. And it all could make sense if you think that it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense because it's not right. Just keeping it 100 with you. Doesn't make sense. Now, Jamal Bryant, now the reason that I bring this up is because Jamal Bryant is the one that's now coming out and trying to make it seem like, oh man, she wasn't qualified. She wasn't qualified to be speaking on mental health and all of these other stuff. And he's trying to distance himself away from platforming her. She sat right in front of your face. The same supposed unqualified person that you seen on Cam Newton's show when you should have been reading your Bible. She sat right there in front of your face and said some of the same thing that I'm able to disprove right here, right now, without even going to do any research about it. This is Bible School 101. We learned this on Wednesday nights.
No sex. Because you both have what the Bible says marriage requires, discipline. To take a bath together.
Hey.
And have a conversation. A little triggered over there? A little triggered?
No, I just got to couch this. I got to couch this. Don't take that bath until y'all get that ring
till
on
you
there.
get that discipline, too.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Discipline.
Yeah. Don't do it.
Discipline.
You're going to make me lose my license. Listen, she's talking to married people. It's different, a heightened level. Thank you.
And let me say this.
Yes.
I'm also talking to unmarried people because
don't get in that bathtub.
if you
don't y'all
have,
get in that bathtub.
listen, if you have the true essence of discipline.
Yeah, no, they ain't got it.
But there are some men that do.
Yeah.
And let me go further.
What?
Because a
They
man
must
who
teach Tai Chi.
because you're supposed to save your chai tea,
Yes.
which is really your sperm,
Yes.
until you're doing something that's productive, fruitful, and
Get
will
in-
multiply.
Get in the tub with a bathing suit on. Don't just get in there.
Let me say this, ladies and fellas. Let me say these, ladies and fellas. A man who could bathe with you and be disciplined enough to not touch you is a reassurance for you. I did that with a man. I did that with a man.
What are we talking about, y'all? What are we talking about, y'all? Honest to God. Real talk. Are y'all listening to this? Are y'all listening to this? Are y'all listen. Jamal Bryant sat up there and kikied. They pre-recorded it and then they released it to the general public because they thought that it was going to go viral, and it was, oh my God. Don't you do it. You get in that bathtub with a bathing suit on. She talking to married folk right now. Getting that bathtub with a bathing suit. And just in case, because oh, Lord, be offense. Be offense. Deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever, in Jesus' name. I don't know about this, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, because when you get into the bathtub with each other, I didn't remember that being said inside of the scriptures. I don't know if I could preach this one on the Temple of Mount Baptist Sinai down there in Atlanta. This is crazy. This is crazy, Dr. Cheyenne. What are you saying to the people right now? All of that kikiing and giggling and ha-hawing and all of this stuff. And she's sitting up there, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? But now he wants to come out and make a statement. I'm gonna come out and make a statement about Sean Bryant because I don't agree with her coming on the platform and saying the things that she said.
Listen, I don't listen to Pastor Bryant, okay?
And don't play with it.
Pastor Bryant
don't play with it.
Listen, he talking to the low functioning men.
Hey, listen.
But the high functioning men who want something bigger than the flesh, because you know that the flesh.
What are we talking about?
He's talking into the low functioning men. But the high functioning men who want something more than just the flesh, because they know that's the cheapest part of a woman, but it'll cause you to pay the biggest price when it goes wrong.
Yeah, but don't go in there cold turkey.
Hold on.
Start meditation first.
Prayer, meditation, and
focus.
Yes, and then definitely get your discipline muscle up. But I did that for 1 year because I was celibate for 2 years. I was dating a guy, and almost for about a whole year, we were bathing together, doing all the intimate stuff, nude together, sleeping together with no sex, no touching, none of that. When I say no foreplay of anything.
This is the dumbest thing that I've ever heard in my entire life.
Was crazy. We never got to the place of intercourse, of sex. But it heightened our relationship to where sex became so overrated and so secondary for both of us that when we left our dating relationship, it actually enhanced and elevated both of us to a different place. When we spoke on the phone about a year ago, he said, the relationship with you, where I had to have discipline enough to be able to be intimate.
Are y'all listening to this nonsense? Almost made me cuss. Are y'all listening to this? Listen, y'all. What are we talking about? Are y'all not listening to the same thing that I'm listening to at the same time that I'm listening to it? What are we talking about? Who is having naked showers, sleeping naked together in order to grow our intimacy together before we get married? What are we talking? Is this a lavender relationship? That's the only way for me to be able to figure this out and to justify this is that this must have been a lavender relationship. In every way possible, it had to be some kind of a lavender. And for those of y'all that may not understand what a lavender relationship is or a lavender marriage, it's when a woman gets married to a gay guy, and often at times it's so he can be her bestie and they can get the benefits. And sometimes they say that women unsuspectedly marry guys and get into a lavender marriage or a lavender relationship, and everybody can see it except for them. I don't believe even a little bit. Listen, this is one of the biggest caps and the biggest lies that I've ever heard in my entire life from somebody on the internet. You were in a relationship with the person that you never had sex with, and y'all did all of this intimate stuff for over a year. Who? I don't know a woman that is that disciplined. So y'all spooning, you scooping, you backing up, you backing that truck up. And so the Johnson is in between your thighs and between your legs, and you ain't did nothing? I'm not going for it, bro. But more importantly, I'm not going for him. I'm not. And this is, again, the danger of what happens when you play both sides. Oh, we're not going to finish. We're not going to end it there. We're going to play the whole thing.
But not sexually engaging has helped me become faithful and committed to the woman I'm married to now.
Wow.
So what I'm saying, fellas,
she
is
taught
preparation
him.
means opportunity. And so you don't get a wife and then become faithful. Because at that point, it's too late. We're talking about preventative measures that prepare you for the woman you want. So yeah, if you want to pray and fast and meditate first before you think you can get in the bathtub or sleep in a bed nude with the woman with this discipline tactic, do so. But the point is, you got to be able to do it because marriage is for disciplined people. So when that woman cannot satisfy you and she's only at 50% or 70% or 30% some days, what is your discipline tactic you've already practiced to be able to sustain yourself in this marriage? I don't want a man who can't be in a bed with me naked because he's just on my bones. I don't trust you. And because the man that I'm talking to
so dumb.
has shown, at least, to be so disciplined with me sexually, with me being, a very good looking woman and a nice body when I'm nude, when we're not together and he's traveling, I'm not thinking, well, he can't sustain himself for 5 minutes with me. What's going on when he's out of town? It's a reassurance tool that is really effective, really effective.
This is the dumbest advice, and I don't say that lightly, honestly. This is the dumbest advice that I've ever heard in my entire life. If you follow this, if anybody follows this advice and they think that they're going to be successful in a relationship, then you are a fool. You are a fool. You are a whole fool, not a half fool, and you need to be held accountable for it. And again, I guess the funniest part about this whole situation and this whole conversation is that people are actually mad at her, but at the same time, she's been no different than she's always been. Don't disown, don't sit there and come back and say, you know what, I should have never interviewed him and all of this other stuff. I've never done that. I never will do that. I had a good time during my interview, and Jamal Bryant plays both sides. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe with his pink stuff on. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel with turning your notifications. They playing in y'all face. They play in y'all face, and y'all let them. Y'all don't say nothing about it. Y'all not tripping about it. Y'all still going to church. Doing your thing. Y'all the ones that y'all feed into it. So I'm not looking at it as a bad thing because I think that we need to feed into it because it's entertainment. I look at it as nothing more than entertainment. But for those of y'all that actually follow these people, shame on y'all. Shame on y'all. Again, make sure y'all hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let me read some of these super chats. Happy birthday, P. Shank! Happy birthday! Yeah. Hey, can I get everybody to wish P. Shank a happy birthday inside of the chat? That's our sister right there. What up, P? What up, P? Happy birthday, baby girl. Trey, what up, Trey? Trey says, have you seen that GM and Ford don't want consumers repairing their vehicles? I haven't seen that. I did see the new Audi truck that came out. If y'all want me to review that one, then I can also, because we got enough time to do whatever we want. We got enough time to be able to do whatever we want to since we having longer live streams now. So I haven't seen that. Send that to me, Trey. Shell Shock says, imagine a fake pastor calling out a fake doctor. Yeah, good luck with that. Crimson says, Lord Anton, you are absolutely 100% correct. You cannot serve two masters and think it's okay. You relax me. Whenever I see your super chats, you relax me. TS Car Wash says 1 million for courtside seats last night. Sheesh. Yeah, it's crazy. You gonna speak on Brandon Aiyuk 26M's loss? Did y'all send me that? Or I'll leave that start because I might come back to that. Do you mind if other adults reprimand your kid? Yes, I do mind. And I have an 18-year-old at this point, and so nobody is going to be reprimanding my kid except for me. Wesley Turner says, so why is she not married to that man now? Facts. Saquon says, so why didn't they get married if they went through all of that? Facts. Chase Barnes says, I called Cat for 500, Alex. Facts. My girlfriend Crimson says, what's the purpose of a Hell Mall talking about things of such behaviors, and yet she's playing cover-up, but the damage is already done. Steel City Muscle says, no one's taking baths and touching tubs and not touching. Tubs aren't that big. Facts. Because if I take a bath, I'm going to be right behind you. Because usually if you taking a bath with a chick, you in the back, and then she backing up to you. She backing up to your bumper. I'm just not going for it, Steel City. Not going for it at all. You going to speak on a... Oh, yeah, I'll tackle that. Let me get to this Karmelo Anthony case in a second. TS says, viral is a drug. I think that's why she say things like this. I don't blame her for trying to go viral. Trey Day says, boy, I'm glad you on for like 4 hours. Get me through my day and knowledge of the knowledge that I need. Yeah. But see, this is what I was telling people, Trey Day. I was trying to tell people that me being on for 4 hours, because some people was like, oh, no, because I don't wake up that early. And I'm like, yo, I'm not going to not be on at the time that we would usually be on. I'm just going to be on for an extra hour earlier, which gives people time. You know, they know that I'm on at 9 o'clock, that I'm on around the 9 o'clock hour. Try to get on before 9:15 when I see enough people in, right? And so now that we have this newer version of the show to where we can take our time, we can cook up, we can cover multiple different subjects, we don't have to rush. We still going to be on till about 1 p.m. Eastern, but we just start a little bit earlier, which gives people time all times throughout the day for y'all to be able to get past your work day or do your work day while having me inside of the headphones. I think that this is great. I think that this is a great thing that we got going on here. And speaking of great things that we have going on, because TS, I'm going to go and look that up. I'm going to look that up in a second. I'm going to add that into the show if I can find it. All right. I want to get into this whole Karmelo Anthony trial, right? I want to get into it. And the defense, I believe, had their closing arguments, if I'm not mistaken. But here's the biggest takeaway that I take from this whole situation, because pretty soon everybody is going to be closing their arguments. These trials don't last that long. It take a long time for them to get started, to go through discovery. I know that Karmelo Anthony also, I've been following it. He chose not to testify. I don't know how that benefits him. But one thing I do know, and two things is for certain, is that no matter what the verdict is in this trial, it's not going to be a good situation for the culture because somebody is going to crash out.
We could possibly learn the verdict in the track meet stabbing trial today.
The case is now in its final phase after the defense rested yesterday, trying to change the court's mind about what led to the deadly confrontation between two teenagers.
Chris Sadeghi is live outside the Collin County Courthouse as we expect to hear closing arguments in just a few hours.
Yes, Matt, those closing arguments should take place this morning, and it all happens after a surprise move that left many in the courtroom exactly that, very surprised at the occurrence. All that's left to do for both sides to present their closing argument, and then the jury will begin deliberations. The judge told them if they do not reach a verdict at the day's end, they will be sequestered at a local hotel. We've reached this point because after calling a few more athletes who were at the track meet that day to the stand, the defense rested on Monday afternoon, and immediately following, the state said they would not present any rebuttal witnesses. That means neither Karmelo Anthony or Austin Metcalf's brother Hunter will testify, although it's possible they could be called in a punishment phase if the jury convicts Anthony. Our legal expert Bree West was in the courtroom yesterday. She spoke on our After the Trial special about the surprise in the courtroom when the defense rested.
There was almost an audible gag. I mean, people were shocked. It seemed to come out of nowhere. Nobody anticipated that. I think most people thought that Karmelo Anthony was going to testify.
Now, one more thing we will be watching this morning. The two sides spent the afternoon preparing the formal charge. We will be watching to see if they include the lesser charge of manslaughter as an option for the jury if they convict. Manslaughter carries a punishment range between 2 and 20 years. If they convict on murder, that carries a punishment range between 5 and 9.
I don't think that there's anything that can come out of this. I don't think there's anything that can come out of this as possible. That because we were having this conversation, and I can't wait to get the lawyer on tomorrow. Because I plan on asking him about this Karmelo Anthony case also. So I have a list of questions that I'm preparing, to take advantage of the conversations, the Rick Chow lawyer, some of y'all may not know. I plan on, if everything goes well and then we keep our schedule, I plan on having Sean Kent, the lawyer for Rick Chow, on the show tomorrow. And he was a lawyer that everybody is mad at because he was able to secure a not guilty verdict on behalf of Rick Chow for the whole Cyrus Belknap case, right? And I think because both of these cases and the verdicts are coming out at the same time, there's nothing good that can come out of this. Not one thing good that can come out of this. On one hand, you have the Rick Chow guy, the Asian man, that got the not guilty verdict, and so that already lit the match, right? They already started. That's what they did. That's what they did. This is Rick Chow case, all right? The Rick Chow case has already got the burners out for black folk, all right? White people didn't have a say in this, so they didn't trip out. White people are already getting a lot more focused and candid, and they're getting a lot more aggressive in their stance and unwillingness to deal with black fatigue, right? And so white people in this case feel as though they were the ones that were harmed, which is completely different than the whole Asian situation. And so because white people feel like they were done a disservice, because why was he able to carry this knife and why did it take so long to charge him and why is this case lasting so long and all of this stuff, right? And so right after the Rick Chow verdict, which was 3 years ago that this whole thing popped off, of course it is prior to the 2026 midterm election, as I predicted, as usual. I always say, and I say every single time, every 2 years, there's going to be something racial major that happens. In this instance, it's going to be two things. But guess what? Now we stuck between a rock and a hard place because there's nothing good that could be made of this. It's nothing good to be made of it. Let's look at it. First, you got the powder keg that's already lit. And now you got the Karmelo Anthony situation, right? And so in this Karmelo Anthony situation, there is no right answer. If he gets convicted, black people, especially considering that the Cyrus Carmack case didn't go the way that they supposedly said that they wanted. Most people didn't even know anything about it until we started talking about it, right? Most people. I didn't even know anything about it until y'all brought it to my attention. Then it started getting traction, and then once we started reporting on it, everybody had something to say. So if he gets convicted, then it's going to be like, oh man, us as black people, we can't catch a break. When Karmelo Anthony defends himself against bullying, we get convicted. When Cyrus decided that he didn't even do anything, he got killed over a bottle of water, he dies, and the person that kills him don't get convicted, right? That's scenario one. Now, scenario two is if he beats the case, then white people are going to feel some type of way. Black people are going to feel justified against white people, but they still going to be mad at Asian people, so they still boycotting Asian businesses. We're going to get to that towards the end of the show. But white people are going to say, you know what? This is why we hate diversity, equity, and inclusion. This is why we tied to the civil rights movement. This is why we need to abolish birthright citizenship. We sick of it. We're sick of black fatigue inside of this country. And for you to be able to murder a white kid and you brought a knife, it's going to be bad on that front too. In both instances, you want to know what the common denominator is? Black culture. Not black people, because black people are not a monolith, and some black people can participate in certain portions of black culture. But in both instances, you find the same NPC character. High school, black kid, spiky hair, weapon that they're not supposed to have in a place, and then ultimately it leads to something happening. In both instances, different circumstances, it's the same consistent theme. In both instances, now see, I knew that was going to make you upset. I knew that was going to make you upset. What is it that I'm saying? What is it that I'm saying that's not true? What is it that I'm saying that is not true? How is what I'm saying off? If you want to debate my talking point and say, well, Anton, I don't agree with the fact that he was, whatever, right? Whatever you want to say, that the Cyrus kid was convicted or whatever. Cool. Nothing that I'm saying is not true. In both instances, whether he's convicted or whether he's not convicted, it's going to be a powder keg and people are going to do deep dives. They're going to be feeling some type of way. They're going to be doing the whole 9 yards in both instances. All right? That goes without saying. That's not my opinion. It's just the real. And in both instances, they both involve a young black kid that has a weapon that doesn't end up well. My biggest takeaway from this is stop, or if you're a parent, let me look at it from a parent's perspective. keep your kids out of trouble. Be proactive in making sure that your kids don't get caught up in something that they're not supposed to be in. It's better to be safe than sorry. You don't want this. You don't want this for your kid. It's not going to benefit them. It's not going to be good for them. It's always going to end in something bad and in something negative. And it's not going to translate into anything except for either you getting convicted and being put on trial or you going to jail for the rest of your life. In both instances, it's a bad situation for you. In both instances, it will not work out for your behalf and for your benefit.
In Texas today, the defense rested in the racially charged case of 19-year-old Karmelo Anthony, the black Texas teenager charged with first-degree murder of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf, who is white. So far, the jury and the trial has featured days of emotional testimony. There have been gruesome details from the medical examiner for the jurors to listen to, and at times contradictory statements, mostly from the teenagers who make up most of the witnesses. Karmelo Anthony admits to stabbing Austin Metcalf in the heart with a 3.5-inch long pocket knife back in April of last year, when the two teenagers from rival high schools crossed paths at a track meet. Prosecutors say Karmelo Anthony provoked the confrontation by entering and then refusing to leave Austin Metcalf's team's tent. They say he then stabbed Austin Metcalf in a sneak attack. The defense says the much larger Austin Metcalf started the fight, and Karmelo Anthony reacted in a split second of fear. The case has drawn tense and highly charged protests outside the Texas courthouse, and we're told there were both Proud Boys and Black Panthers outside the courthouse today, though there was nothing on the scale of the heated confrontations we saw outside that courthouse last week.
This is so dumb. This is so dumb. Look at the sassy black man that's over there too. Nothing good is going to come to this. Nothing good is going to come of this whole situation. It's going to be bad. It's going to be horrible. People are looking for a reason to get in a confrontation, and they looking for a reason to go off. Everybody is looking to get mad at somebody else because nobody is focusing on the bigger picture, and it's such a distraction, and it's going to hit record. Like, it's just going to hit a record fever pitch. What are they out there doing? What's the point of this? What's the point of the white people and the black people out there outside of this? What does that translate into? How does that benefit anybody? It's a powder keg, bro. It's going to go bad. It's going to get worse than ever before. Either way, and that's what I'm saying, is no resolution in this. Either way, it goes bad.
The prosecution rested its case on Saturday after calling 21 witnesses, including first responders, the medical examiner, Austin Metcalf's football coach, and several students who were all there when Austin Metcalf was killed. Speculation reached a fever pitch today after the defense called the last 3 of its 5 witnesses, and then court took a long break, nearly 3 hours. The question everybody was wondering was, would the one person best suited to argue a case of self-defense to the jury take the stand? In the end, Karmelo Anthony's defense team announced Karmelo Anthony would not be testifying. Closing arguments are now slated to begin tomorrow morning. Joining us now are former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani and criminal defense attorney Mark Eiglarsh. Mark, I'm going to start with you. You know, the whole defense rests on Austin Metcalf's state of mind, that he was terrified, he was surrounded by one or more athletes who were much bigger than he was, and this was a split-second decision made out of a place of fear. How do you make that argument if he doesn't take the stand?
You do it based upon the available facts and circumstances that witnesses testified to. You cannot put him on the stand. He would have been eviscerated. There is no way that these veteran, trained, aggressive prosecutors would have left him with any dignity once he was done. So you couldn't have called him. The best chance you have is for the attorneys to argue this was self-defense, hope that not all would agree unanimously to the murder verdict, and hope maybe, just maybe,
sound like he on the verge of getting convicted.
Nima, how did prosecutors do in muddying the waters? Because one of the defense's own witnesses basically sort of backtracked a little bit on cross-examination. This defense witness was a teenager who was there, had said that Austin Metcalf and his twin brother, they're both linebackers who were almost 100 pounds heavier, each of them, than Karmelo Anthony. He said he was surrounded, Karmelo Anthony was surrounded after being asked to leave 10 times and refusing. But then on cross-examination, he said, well, maybe he wasn't surrounded, or maybe the video doesn't show that. In other words, he didn't recant the testimony, but the water was muddy nonetheless.
No question, the prosecution did a good job on cross-examination today with this particular student. And the fact that there were Karmelo Anthony's teammates that were told to actually leave by their coach, and they did leave. And it was Anthony that didn't follow his coach's own instructions. So I think a good day for the prosecution, made even better by the fact that Anthony didn't take the stand and testify. And the conventional wisdom is, in a self-defense case, the defendant has to testify. I agree with Mark. He would have gotten beat up proverbially on cross, but the only chance at an acquittal here would have been Anthony testifying. I think that's out the door. At best now, you maybe get a hung jury, maybe get manslaughter, but there's no way I think the defense has any chance of acquittal right now. And they're really looking at the possibility of a conviction on that first-degree murder count.
And Nima, because you're the former prosecutor here, why did the prosecution charge him with first-degree murder? First-degree murder to the non-attorney like myself implies you planned it, you went to this event thinking, I'm going to kill him. I mean, there's been no evidence presented that this was anything other than a spur-of-the-moment event.
Well, it has to be intentional, right? It doesn't have to necessarily be lying.
So it can be intentional for a matter of seconds?
It can, and he brought a knife to a track meet. And there was a discussion, apparently 10 to 15 times, that he should leave. He reached into his backpack and he said, don't put your hands on me. Again, I'm not saying that the facts fit squarely within premeditated first-degree murder, but there's certainly enough to go to the jury. And I think by prosecuting it that way, I think the state definitely wants at least manslaughter, right? When you're presenting self-defense, if it's perfected, it is an acquittal. It's a walk. I think ultimately maybe that was what was offered here. We don't know, obviously. But if you're going to go to trial, you're going to throw the kitchen sink at a defendant, anything that's readily provable. And I think there's enough for first-degree murder in this case.
Mark, we know that under...
This is going to be such a bad situation for the culture, for the society, for Texas. What part of Texas was this in? Was this in Dallas? In the Dallas-Fort Worth area? Nothing good is going to come of this, bro. You're going to have black people further into the whole mire of, oh my God, the world is against us. You know they hate us. Yo, honestly, my biggest takeaway from this whole thing is that we got to be better as parents. We got to be better as parents and stewarding our children and preventing them from being in this situation in the first place. We have to. The only reason why we having these conversations, both in the Cyrus situation and in the Karmelo Anthony conversation, both of these kids could be living a life. We would never even know about them. It wouldn't even be a thing. It wouldn't even be a thing had they not even been in a position to have weapons in the first place. It's no reason why teenagers should have knives and guns in any way, shape, or form. And I tell people all the time, you don't get an opportunity to be able to have a conversation because you already messed up. I think that the only people that are really going to suffer from this are the parents. The parents are the ones that put their children in these positions. Nah, this ain't going to be worse than George Floyd. At all. George Floyd was the perfect powder keg at the time. I don't think this is even remotely the same as George Floyd. But I think that people are going, it's nothing good that can come from this. Whether he's convicted or he's found innocent, when it comes to cultural, and I'm talking about how people react to it, it's nothing good that's going to come from this. We're doing our children a disservice by not protecting them and allowing them for being in these positions in the first place, in my opinion. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let me read some of the super chats. I'm going to tackle what you said, TS. Give me a second. Sent me the email about Brandon. All right, I'll look at it in a second. Chosen says, Cyrus Carmack Beltran was his name, Mr. Amasi student. Okay, what is that? What is that supposed to mean? I appreciate the super chat. Zydeco says, a black 15-year-old found dead in the neighbor's driveway late last Saturday night, and I wonder if they are not making a big deal because of this Karmelo Anthony case. I have no idea. No idea. I haven't even heard anything about it. You mentioning it is the first time that I heard anything about it, baby girl. All right, so TS Car Wash and Detail Service says, Anton, I want you to look at this Brandon Aiyuk lost $26 million. All right, well, let's dig into it. I was able to pull that up, and so we can get to it. Let me 1 second. I already know it's about to go bad when I start to see the nappy braids. Oh, man. I already know it's about to go bad when I start to see the nappy braids, bro. I could tell it. I could see it. Nothing good is going to come out of this. It's about to be a bad situation all the way around. That's not how I say his name. What do I say? Aiyuk? It's Aiyuk? Is that how you say his name? Brandon Aiyuk? All right. Aiyuk. Brandon Aiyuk. Aiyuk. All right, Brandon Aiyuk. Brandon Aiyuk, this is what he had to say apparently to the San Francisco 49ers.
Dealing with, like them kids when they don't get picked for the basketball game at the court. But they the ones that brought the ball. So they like, all right, y'all don't want to pick me? I'm taking my ball. I'm going home. Ass boys. Little ass boys. Or like when your kid, he got this one toy, but he don't really know how to use it correctly. So somebody else about to pick it up and play with it. And they're like, oh yeah, this shit litty. And they're like, wait, hold on, that's my toy. Ass boy, little ass boy. Man, stop running from the belt. The belt coming. You scared, they scared. The truth is, they scared. They know how I get. They gonna say, oh yeah, BA did this, BA did that. BA did, that shit allegedly. Allegedly. But what they not gonna say is, BA suck at football because they know how I get. And they running from that belt that's on the way. It's inevitable, it's coming. Stop running. Stop being a female dog.
Stop being a female dog.
Y'all gonna blame this on CTE? So he just basically referred to the San Francisco 49ers as a female dog, and y'all gonna blame this one on CTE too? How do people get to the point, maybe it is CTE, how do people get to the point to where they're willing to crash out and they think that they're bigger than the program? I'm just curious. Like, how do you get to the point to where you're willing to put 26 M's on the line? Because, like, some of y'all in the chat are saying, well, I think that San Francisco was going to keep him. But here's the other side of that conversation, right? why even put yourself in a position for them to have to make that decision in the first place? You understand what I'm saying? Like, we've never seen this play out well when somebody in the NFL, because see, the NFL is not the NBA. Outside of whatever your guaranteed bonus, and sometimes they can even claw that back. I remember when Megatron decided that he wanted to retire, the Detroit Lions was saying, yo, we want our money back. We want our money back. The Detroit Lions was like, oh, no. We don't care how messed up your fingers are. We don't care how messed up you feel like you are. We want that bonus back. We want that bonus back. I think that CTE in a lot of instances is a convenient excuse because a lot of these guys have gotten through life and we've seen them. We've seen them in high school. We've seen them in college. They've never had to be disciplined. They've never had to be accountable. They've always been stars on a football team. And so in order to make sure that they're eligible to play, they've never had to be responsible. Their parents don't make them responsible. Nobody holds them accountable. Their teachers just go ahead and pass them because we're on the team and we have to make sure that we win this national championship, right? We got to win this state championship. The football coach pulls strings for them, all of this stuff. And so a lot of times these guys are able to move around life and they be young, they be in their 20s and all of this stuff, right? They move around life and they're able to get away with saying and doing some of the most egregious things. And they've always had people cover up for them. And then when they get to the big boy league, they think that they're bigger than the program because that's what they've been trained to believe their entire life. Their entire life. I never in my life criticized my employer prior to me leaving that employer. And even after I left the employer, I was like, you know what? I don't want to burn bridges. And it worked out perfectly because some people that I used to work with wound up calling me and said, yo, Anton, we got another opportunity for you over here and let's get this bag. Because I'm not in my feelings. I'm about a bag. And athletes, what I found is that they spend more time whining and complaining because they don't look at themselves as employees. They look at themselves as superstars, but they're just high-paid employees. They are high-paid employees. They don't look at themselves in the same way that we look at ourselves, because in the same way that our job is meaningful to us, they got thousands of fans cheering for them as they go out there and they catch the ball or they do a good block or they make a good tackle. And so they don't think that they're employees like everybody else because they make a lot of money and the people celebrate them. And so they feel like they can get on. I mean, let's be honest, it's regular people every day that talk about getting fired, that talk about, hey, I'm bigger than the program, and then they be crying. How do you lose 26 M's? I don't even care enough about what you think in order to lose 26 M's. Bro, I am so, when it comes to jobs, because I'm able to separate the two. I'm able to separate my job from how I feel. I'm here to make money. Even when I was in corporate America, bro, I'm going to keep it 100 with you. I gave 0 Fs about the people that was at that job. Not one, man, I didn't lose not 1 ounce of sleep for one person at that job. When I went on a job, I played the game. Oh man, I played the game to a T. I could have just came from a party and talking junk and playing spades and all of that stuff. And when I get into work in the morning, hey, what's going on, Charles? How's it going, man? How was your weekend? Is everything good? Oh, what happened? And I'm going to sit there for 3-4 minutes and talk to Charles. Oh, that's crazy. So what are you going to do about that? Hey, Charles, keep me in the loop. Hey, what's going on over here? Hey, listen. When I was over the weekend, now I had did this on Thursday and Friday of last week, right? I'm throttling myself. Let me tell you what life was like in corporate for me. I was throttling myself, meaning that I had already did this work on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. The weekend, I partied my eyes out. On Monday, I'm doing a drive-by to my boss's office, and I'm like this. Hey, check this out. On the weekend, I had some thoughts, and I had an epiphany. So tell me what you think about this. I was thinking about you when I was designing this. Check this out. So I got this, and this, and this. Man, I don't care nothing about what these people thinking. I'm playing the game. I'm all in while I'm there. I treated the job the same way that you would treat a chick that you know she may not necessarily make it past the week, but she definitely gonna be there for the weekend. I love her for the moment. I'm in love with her at the moment that I'm with her. And I'm gonna tell you that I love you. Oh man. I'm so in love with you. I don't know what my mind is thinking. Tell you all the things. I did the same thing at the job. The job was nothing more than a chick, except for they were more important than a chick because they were giving me the funds that I needed in order to live my lifestyle and make the investments that I made. I wasn't giving my thoughts. I don't care about what proactive. And every time I would see that person, I would see a liberal white woman come in. I would see a liberal black woman. It was usually always a woman. It was never a man. A liberal white woman or a liberal black man coming in. And they always, hey guys, you got any questions? And in corporate America, when they say, do you have any questions? This is not a classroom, right? There is a such thing as stupid questions in corporate America because anything that'll embarrass you will take you back a couple notches and lead them to believe that either A, they shouldn't retain you, or B, you're not up for a promotion because you're not competent enough to be able to ask the right questions, right? There is a such thing as a dumb question in corporate America. So, little Susie over here, she gets up and she talks about how we need to, her suggestion for the company is that we add more diversity, equity, and inclusion or something dumb. Hey, can we have a gay celebration or something like that? Now, you don't know what this guy, now he's going to play the game, right? The CEO of the company is going to play the game because he's going to say the thing that's politically correct. Because he is like me. We both playing the game, except that he playing it on a much higher level and with much greater stakes, right? So he's going to say, okay, hey, can y'all write that down? And in the back of his mind, he like, this stupid, dumb, liberal, stupid chick, you don't even know that he conservative. He conservative, but he got to play the game, baby. And so he look at you as a dummy because you wanted to ask a question and bring your own feelings and your views into the thing that we were supposed to be doing as a way for us to make money. I kept my thoughts, my personal thoughts to myself, and my goal is to make as much money as possible. As much money as possible.
Like being a little cat. Stop running from the belt.
Aiyuk Ocho Joe broke his silence on his situation with the 49ers. Here's what he posted on Instagram this morning.
We dealing with, like them.
I get it. A lot of people probably not gonna get it, Unc. For us, sometimes we say things in riddle format where others really don't understand it. Now, the concept and what it sounds like he's trying to say is obviously I'm a 49er.
Right.
And there are other people that might want me.
Yeah.
Instead of letting me go elsewhere so someone else could have that same toy that the child is playing with, they're like, nah. I want to keep him here.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep him here. You can tell that part based on the analogy that he did use. What you think, Joe?
I don't think nobody taking a chance on that. Okay, Ocho. Who gonna want to deal with that, bro?
Nobody.
Like, I don't know. I think somebody will take a chance, Joe. I think the thing is that 49ers want to get some value for him. You know what I'm saying? What I don't get with him, okay, Joe, Ocho, all you got to do is go rehab. How you not go rehab? How you say, you know what? I hate this situation so bad, I'm gonna forego this kind of money, Joe. Ocho. That's what I don't understand. Okay, you said now, and everybody.
You know what the worst part about it? According to NBC Sports, he defaulted on the contract because he had guaranteed money. He defaulted on a contract. He had signed a four-year, $120 million contract extension in August 2024, right? Which included $76 million in total guarantees. However, following a torn ACL, he suffered in October 2024. 2 months later, he suffered a torn ACL. The situation rapidly deteriorated, of course, because they gave you $120 million, $76 million guaranteed, and they didn't even make any money. So you should have more sympathy towards the team because the team actually paid you. The team paid you, and you didn't even give the value back to the team that they're paying you for. So you're going to sit here and talk big stuff? Oh, heck no. Heck no. So the team gave you 76 M's and guaranteed money, $120 million 4-year contract. You got injured the same year, months later. You've been getting paid, and you got the nerve to sit here and talk that nonsense? I don't even know how they backing this up. The voided guarantees. He defaulted on the contract due to missing mandatory meetings. So all you had to do was go to mandatory meetings. It's in your contract. And the 76ers voided more than $26 million in guarantees for the 2026 season. Because you didn't want to go to mandatory meetings? Are we serious? You were willing to put $26 million because you didn't want to go to mandatory meetings?
The 49ers want to move on. Everybody knows he wants to move on. So everybody's trying to suppress the price. I'm not trying to give you what you want for him. I don't get it.
And look,
everything he said could be true. But guess what? It can be true, and I'm gonna get every dime that I'm supposed to get. And if y'all want to trade me, trade me. But y'all gonna trade me with my pockets.
But if you're another team, though, how can you trust? How can you trust his actions, bro? Considering the fact that he got that money from San Fran,
I'm scared.
That's what I'm saying. Hell, you gonna be scared, man. You gonna be cautious. Like, so you saying y'all saying the 49ers want to get some value of him,
right?
But hell, who gonna want to deal with that, bro?
I mean,
somebody, look, he's too talented. He's young. He's probably, what, 27, Joe, Ocho, 27, 28? So he has some talent. He had over 1,000 yards. He can play. But I look, his time in San Fran is up. And then, he posted, I read that the police is going to issue a citation for him when he posted himself speeding, Ocho. I say that's why you got to be careful. You never post yourself in the commission of a crime. Because anything that you post that use that against you, bro.
Why
if they
would
taking
you
lyrics and using somebody? I'm singing a song.
Why would you post yourself speeding on social media, and you have an employer who also has stipulations inside of your contract of things that you can and can't do, of conduct that's detrimental to the team or to yourself that would ultimately get you canned? Why would you do that? Is something wrong with y'all? I'll be seeing Antonio Brown, and I still try to figure out what was up with Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown spent more time on TikTok than any other place asking people if they want to do a challenge. If I'm lying, I'm lying. Antonio Brown spent his whole day on TikTok asking people if they want to do a challenge. I'm telling you, bro. I wouldn't doubt that Antonio Brown is probably live right now. Let me see. Let me go to TikTok.
Okay, so boom, please let
Antonio. He live right now. Antonio Brown is live right now, bro.
What's up, Paza? Paza. How you doing? How you doing, brother? We are fine. Wow, we love your vibes. We love your vibes. Where. You're on deck. You're on deck. Let's be friends. Yes. Oh yeah. Are you a streamer? I used to stream very well. You do African dance now. Please. Do dance. I play song, you do dance. I play song, you do dance. Okay, I don't know.
I'm telling you, bro. Man, listen. If I'm lying, I'm flying. If I'm lying, I'm flying. I'm telling you, bro. These people are crazy. They're crazy. Now you telling me that you spending your whole day? Now you spending your whole day on TikTok doing challenges, trying to get galaxies. I don't be lying, man. I'm telling you, bro. Every time I go and look at a video that y'all be sending me and y'all say, Anton, you got to react to this, and Anton, you got to react to that. I said, okay. I click it in my email, and then I go and I swipe up to the next thing, and I see Antonio Brown. Yeah. Hey, who want to do a challenge? Anybody want to do a challenge with each other? You ain't got nothing better to do? You a football player. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Economy give me on my last seat. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Economy give me on my left seat. You a football player. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Post yourself in the commission of a crime. Because anything that you post that use that against you, bro, if they taking lyrics and using somebody, I'm singing a song. Yeah, I smoked that fool over there on 15th and Broad. Somebody get killed on 15th and Broad. Guess who they coming to get, Ocho? You. You post a video. This is your IG account. You driving 100, 110, 115 miles an hour. Man, it's on your account. So let me get this right. Somebody stole your car, hacked into your account, and did this. Boy, they really hate you.
Oh, man.
Nah. I put my faith in the Lord. I put my faith in him too, but I ain't gonna be no fool in the process.
Man, look. We 1%ers, bro.
Yeah.
Like you ain't after football, you ain't. I mean, you ain't making this type of money, bro, on a year-to-year basis after football. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They're few and far between. Man. Every once in a while, you get a Tom Brady situation, or you'll get a Tony Romo situation. You'll get a Chris Collinsworth. But think about what we just said. I ain't naming 4 people. Hell, there been 25,000 men that play in the NFL. You know, hey, I mean, you get a situation like Ocho and I and yourself, Joe, we do good. That we don't really have to mess with our savings because we have jobs that bring in income and we don't have to touch our savings and hopefully it lasts for a rainy day. But everybody is not like that.
Absolutely.
You know what the scary part is, Uncle Joe?
What's
Is
that?
that position, there's so many that can do exactly what he does.
Yes.
There's so many, Joe,
Yeah.
that do exactly what he does. And they younger too. They younger.
Bro.
And they just had the draft.
Man.
Yeah.
They just had the
About
draft.
this game, it will move on without you.
Man, it's easy.
Gonna stop.
It's easy for you to get faded out, bro. I'm telling you, man. Look,
Yeah.
I took this with pride and dignity. I'm talking about when I got into the NBA, Uncle Ocho. I want to maximize as much money as I can make. I want to maximize my potential, and it was on a night-to-night basis. I ain't gonna lie. I was nervous and scared as I don't know what to get out there and compete against some of the guys I grew up watching, idolizing. But I took that fear, bro, and embraced it. You know what I mean? Like I never thought about, some of the crazy stuff I've seen some of these guys do who are professional athletes, bro.
Yep.
I just to mess up my money. Oh hell no.
And my thing is that I knew, or when you young, you think you're gonna play forever. Oh yeah, I got me a good 15, 20 year career. And then when you wait, I mean, you go to bed one night, you
Most
wake
players
up, you in
don't
year
even
5.
last past 3 to 4
you close
years.
your eyes again, you in year 10, you like, damn.
It go by so fast.
It go by so fast. Professional athletes are not like, unless you're a golfer, you can have an extended career play, if you minus injuries. But for like a basketball, football player, obviously baseball players can play a little longer because it's not as much wear and tear on the body. But you're not finna have no lawyer or no doctor career where you playing 25, 30 years. You can forget that. So where doctors and lawyers might make their money over a long period of time, you make your money in a finite period of time. Make as much money as you can in that 5, 10, 15-year window. If you're fortunate enough to get to 20, have at it. But make as much money as you can. Because the likelihood of when your career is done, of you making that kind of money, everybody ain't gonna be no damn Michael Jordan. I'm sorry, I hate to tell you. I hate to break it to you. And you're not gonna be LeBron, and you're not gonna be a lot of these guys now, Joe, they're making so much money now, Ocho, when they play, they ain't even worried about nothing. These guys making $400, $500, $600 million. Even after taxes and you pay everything, you still should have $200 million left. $200 million making 8%. You ain't even touching the principal, and you living off $15, $20 million a year. That's if you spend.
Yeah.
So it's different now than when Ocho, when you and I played, man. Hey, man, I remember getting them every we got paid. What do we got paid? Every 2 weeks, and getting a check for $5,500.
Well, what?
Yeah.
How much is they getting paid for?
That's all you. Yeah, boy. I ain't never seen $5,500. I ain't never seen $1,000 at one time.
$5,500?
Once I got, my brother would send me if I did something really good. But to have, I remember I got my first check, Joe, that thing said $5,500, $11. Man, I went to the bank, cashed the whole check. I got to bring this home, put this on.
That's all they was making back then?
Hey, that lady told me, Mr. Shaw, would you like to open an account? Nah, I like you to open that drawer and give me $5,511. That's what I like for you to do. Don't ask me no questions, lady. And don't call nobody and say, Shannon Sharp just took out $5,500. Because I got to go home and I got to see this $5,500 laid out on the bed.
Hey, let me ask y'all a question really quickly. Do y'all remember y'all first paycheck? Do y'all remember? All right, so let me ask y'all 2 different questions. Do y'all remember y'all first paycheck, number 1? And do you remember your first big paycheck? Do y'all remember y'all first paycheck, and do you remember your first big boy paycheck? Matter of fact, let me revise it. What's the biggest paycheck that y'all ever got in y'all life? Like at one time. Not in a month, but like on one check. What's the biggest check? Or what was the check that you was like, you know what, I've arrived? Even like now, when you look back at it, it's like, man, that wasn't even as much as I'm making now. But what was the first paycheck that you got and you was like, oh man, I'm here now. It's time to run it up. $8,734. That's a big check. $10,000, $9,000. $764 for paycheck. First paycheck was $600. The biggest was $24,000. For some people, it might have been a bonus. $3,200. My first big check was $17,000. $8,500. $67,000. $14,000. $9,500. $12,000. $10,000. $8,400. $107. Woo! Woo! Talk to a Bull City. $17,000 from NBA. That's a lot of money. $40,000. $300 from the city. $8,000, $10,000, $7,000, $3,000, $2,000 each week. First check was like $200, $3,500 in a week cutting hair. That's a lot of money. $1,800, $3,000, $6,500. Mine was $8,500. That's a lot of money. $8,000 bonus check that month. $12,000. $16,215. $24,000, but taxes killed you. Yeah, that do be it. The taxes do run amok on you. $106,000. Killed it. $4,300 in a week. $80,000 from stocks. Yeah, man. I think my first check that I was like, wait a minute, was when I was in a plant. And I don't remember if we was working every week. I think we got paid once a week. I'm like 100% positive that we got paid once a week. But I had worked my first check that I've ever gotten that was massive to me. I had worked 112 hours that week. And it was funny because it was like within 2 weeks of after I got, me getting into the plant. But it was also on a holiday. And so on a holiday, a lot of the old timers was taking off. Some of the old timers was still there. But a lot of the old timers was taking off because it was like, and what's so funny? I think it was around hunting season. And so a lot of the old timers planned around hunting season. And I just got into got in there or whatever. But I had worked 112 hours and I had worked the holiday, which was like triple time. And then Sunday was double time and a half or something like that, double time. I don't remember. Anything over 40 hours was time and a half. Man, I had got a paycheck that next week that was so out of control. It was something crazy. It was something like $5,000 or something like that, a little over $5,000 or $6,000. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was like in 1 week. And I was like, oh. Pinkable. Somebody said it was cap. That's so funny that you say that.
Yo, what up?
Hey, what up? I got a quick question. I'm on a live stream.
Okay.
How many hours a week? Well, I got two questions. The first question is, back when it was like in the early 2000s, when we was working at Rouge, did we get paid once a week or did we get paid once every 2 weeks?
Yeah, it was always once a week.
So it was once a week. What was the maximum amount of hours that we was able to work in a week?
Oh, at least, you can work as many as we was putting in 80 if you wanted. Shoot, yeah, 80 hours a week, and our checks would be so fat because.
Well, no. Because, like, what was the maximum?
Because I'm saying I don't want to say it without saying too much, but we would put in at least I would put in 80 hours, and. Okay, I'll just say it. Without working 80 hours, I would get paid at least 80 hours a week.
But we was working 40. I didn't say your name, so don't worry about it.
Okay. Yeah. So we would, yeah, because you remember we the way that we did our hours is we wrote them in on that paper.
Yep.
Yeah, and so
How many hours will we be able to work if we work the weekends too?
Oh, you can work doubles on the weekend. It was at least, yeah, so you can work 16 hours in a day.
7 days a week.
Work no more than 16 hours a day.
Yep. 7 days a week, 16 hours a day.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yeah, I know, right?
And then it was the holidays and then Sundays.
Yeah. It was, yeah. So, the holidays, that was triple. Yeah. I wouldn't even say what. It is triple. No, it's double time and a half.
Yeah. Yep. All right, thanks. I appreciate you.
All right, peace.
We was able to work 7 days a week, 16 hours a day in the plant. Holidays, triple time. Sundays, double time. Anything over 40 hours was time and a half. We was able to work 16 hours a day, 7 days a week in the plant. And they still can do it today. And we was getting paid once a week. We didn't have to get paid every 2 weeks. We got paid once a week. Now, I know that that's a little bit much for some of y'all because some of y'all want to be able to sit around and play video games and all of that stuff. We didn't care nothing about that. Once we got that first paycheck, I was hooked. I was addicted. Once we got that first paycheck and we seen how much we can make, anything less than that was unacceptable. A lot of us that was in the plant at the time, we actually adjusted our lifestyle to that type of money. So we was partying and we was the bosses. We was the guys that was getting all of the money. I was 18, 19 years old, and I was getting that type of money, bro. In a steel mill. We was in a steel mill, running up a bag, running up a check. And you know what the funniest part about it is? We didn't even care if we blew that. Okay, I got all of this money this week. I'm blowing that because we was getting another check next week. And I used to look at the dope boys and stuff, and we would be laughing at them like, man, we ain't even got to worry about. We don't have to worry about getting arrested. We don't have to worry about going to jail. We could run up a crazy bag. That's why I was so hurt when I lost my job. It wound up working out for the better because the work ethic stayed with me regardless of where I was. But I was hurt when I lost my job and I was making that type of money and I had all of them cars and we was taking vacations. We was balling out, buying anything that we wanted to buy. Man, you crazy. It was up. It was up 1,000%. And I was already hooked. I knew what money felt like. So whereas a lot of people think, oh man, we could just chill. We could do whatever we wanted to do. Nah, it's up. We going to get it. I was making 6 figures before I was even able to buy liquor. We was getting 6 figures in 2021, 22. And I was real arrogant back then. I was real arrogant, man. I was walking around. I didn't have no less than 10,000 in my pocket on a regular basis. 10,000 in my pocket on a regular basis. It was up. I want to end the show a little bit different. I want to try something new. I want to start the show and end the show the same way. I know we're a little bit past the 3.5 hour mark, but we're going to go ahead and work through it and get a little bit closer to the 4 hour mark because it's something else that I want to talk about. It's one more thing that I want to talk about before we get up out of here. And I think that this is a very interesting breakdown that we can do. And so make sure you guys hit it. Well, you know what? Let me read some of the super chats first. Shout out to you, Trey. I appreciate you, big dog. I did check that out. Chosen says, now you know his name, idiot. Listen, you're going to have to come with a lot more money if you're going to call me an idiot for me to keep reading that out loud. Chase Barnes says, Scott from 60 Minutes thought he was bigger than the program and he got humbled. Yeah, that sounds like the name of the game is humility. I've been watching AD for 3 years. He always said, pray for character. That is the thing that will keep you. And he is, oh, you remember that. It's the thing that will keep you when your talent take you to places that ultimately is, that is correct. I did. I lost my job from committing time. That is true. Now, people that have been watching me for years, because I haven't even mentioned this in years, but people that have been watching me for years will not hesitate to try to remind you of something that I've already said. And so the only reason that they know that is because I said it. And so that is very true. I was finessing. I wanted to get paid no matter what, even when I was on vacation. And I ain't even had no more PTO time. And it came back to bite me. It came back to bite me. So shout out to you. You look like Cyrus, actually, in the picture. You look like Karmelo Anthony in the picture. That is absolutely correct. I did. I got fired. And it was like, let me get that time card, big dog. Yeah, everybody know the story. It's not a secret. QD Executive Suite MLE says, and that was in 2007, 6, 7. QD Executive Suite MLE says, my first job was working in a marble factory with my brother. Was getting 16. I was 16 getting paid every week. I thought I was getting money, 250. Man, that was a lot of money. That was a lot of money. Absolutely, 100%. Let's continue on with the show. Yeah, that was liberal Anton. Hey, they thought that they were saying something that the people didn't already know. I want to end the show on another note, okay? Close that out. And I'm still richer than everybody. So it all kind of worked out. I want to share something with y'all as we look to wrap up the show for today. I hope y'all enjoy the new format. I think that it's going swimmingly. The rebranding, you will now start to see some changes, some more changes on this channel, and you also going to be seeing some more changes on After Hours. You're going to see some dramatic changes on After Hours in the next week or so, okay? So I just want to give y'all a little bit of insight to that. But the thing that I want to talk about and the thing that I want to have a conversation as we wrap this up is in this whole race-based, I hate you, you hate me, we got to figure out a way to boycott everybody, get mad at everybody, we don't necessarily care for the people. This woman in particular says there's 3 types of black people. 3 types of black people that still support Asian businesses. All right. And I want to play that for you guys, and then we're going to mine it out before we wrap it up. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Teach Hanley, 40% off your first order plus 20% off for life. And then last but not least, make sure you guys tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description, as well as pinned to the top of the chat. All right. Let's get into what she got to say.
I said this on my story, and I'm going to say it right here. There are 3 groups within Black society who is going to continue to spend their money with Asians, even though they have come across these apps and showed blatant disrespect. The first one is the young Black female who goes to the beauty supply and the nail shop in her bonnet, slides with long socks, and biker shorts. They are going in there come hell or high water. They don't care about the disrespect, the discrimination, or the racism. Business as usual. Then you got the second group, the Black immigrants. Not all of them, but you know who you are. Those immigrants who feel like they are exempt from the discrimination and racism that Black Americans receive on a daily basis. They feel like they are exempt. And then the third group, who I feel is the most dangerous, and that is the group of Black folk, where as long as it don't show up to their front door, as long as they are not personally affected, as long as it is not somebody that they know or love who was hurt or harmed, they don't give a fuck. All 3 of those groups are going to continue to spend their money. Tell me I'm wrong.
All right, so before we even get into what she says, the first thing that we have to ask ourselves is, are we and why are we boycotting all Asian businesses? And the reason that I say that, number one, because y'all could do whatever y'all want to do. Y'all can play it however y'all want to play it. It doesn't make any difference to me. I think that the freedom that you have in the United States of America is that you have the opportunity to do whatever you want to do when you want to do it. All right? But let's mind this out for a second. I thought that y'all said that we wasn't all the same, number one. Why are y'all looking to align yourselves with Black immigrants that's not from the United States of America when y'all was supposed to be FBA? I ain't even gonna get to the point to where all Chinese people are different, because you have, or not Chinese people, Asian people. You have Chinese, you have Japanese, you got Vietnamese, you got Korean people, you got all kind of people, right? So before we even, because we've just centralized it, we said Asian businesses in general. They didn't say Chinese or none of that type of stuff. They didn't look to try to figure out exactly what the nationality of Rick Chow is. And more importantly, they don't separate Rick Chow's behavior from the rest of the Chinese community or from the Asian community. But I thought that y'all, all of a sudden, y'all looking for solidarity, which is the point that I'm trying to understand, even when it comes to Black people and Asian people. And this whole narrative that's going on the internet about Black people and Asian people being in solidarity, I never knew that we was friends like that. I never knew that Black people and Asian people were looking to connect and live in solidarity, to protest and have all of these conversations. And yep, Indians are Asian. Technically, they're Asian also. I never knew it. I didn't know it. I didn't know that we were all aligned and that we were all going in the same direction and that we were all, rocking out with each other. I didn't know that Black people, American Black people, and people that weren't from America were all of a sudden aligned. Because the first thing that people say when they want to try to discredit somebody is Black, oh, you must not be from here. You must not be from here. Oh man, you have features of a Nigerian. You got features of a Somalian. You got this all of a sudden. Now, for some reason, there's a call to solidarity for all Black people, some way, some shape or how, to boycott Asian businesses. And who's the leader of this whole movement? Who was the person that made the determination that this is the call that all of us have to answer? Who decides for Black culture what is going to happen and when it's going to happen? Who says so that we are all supposed to blindly obey and go down this pathway to do whatever it is. And I ain't even just talking about boycott. I don't care if it's Target, I don't care if it's Walmart, I don't care if it's Asian businesses or whatever. Who are these people that determine how I'm supposed to live my life according to what's best for me and my family? When did that become the thing? When did that become the standard? But let's back all the way up to what she first said. She said the people that are less likely, the 3 people that are still going to support Asian businesses and less likely to participate in this boycott, the first person she said was black women with a bonnet on, socks pulled all the way up, and is in the beauty supply store with their bonnets on. I'm going to give y'all a pass, bonnet bays. I'm going to give y'all a pass. My babies that be in the airport with your bonnets on. I'm going to give you a pass. And the reason that I'm going to give you a pass is because, baby girl, you live in the United States of America. You don't have to listen to nobody, including this pretty young lady right here. She don't determine what you can and can't spend your money on. When did they tell you that you couldn't take your big head bonnet in there and go and get what you need in order to do your hair? Let me ask y'all another question. What's the alternative? She kind of reminds me of Cheyenne Bryant, to be honest with you. What's the alternative? Y'all don't even got no stores. You don't make anything, even for the store that you sell stuff out of. Do you know that, let's say hypothetically, that you decided that you wanted to boycott Asian stores or beauty supply stores, for example, inside of the United States of America, you still buying it from China? Have y'all thought this through before y'all decided to go on this campaign? You know you still buying this from China, right? You know you're still buying it from India, right? Which can be considered Asians. You still buying this from Vietnam, right? So what you're really saying is that you are boycotting the last leg of everybody that had already benefited from selling you products. When y'all gonna boycott the interest that you have to pay over to the banks and giving money over to the shareholders of Chase and Bank of America and Huntington and Capital One and GM Financial? When y'all gonna boycott that? Because a lot of times y'all cite y'all buying power, but y'all don't understand that 90% of your income doesn't go into the retail stores. It actually goes towards stuff that you sign up for that you feel like you have to have. When y'all gonna buy some African cars? Oh, there aren't any. When y'all gonna boycott student loans? Boycotting everything except for the stuff that's really meaningful. When you gonna boycott moving out of your black neighborhoods to go live with the Asians and the Indians and the white people? How come y'all not staying in your own neighborhood? Why are you so busy trying to move out of that in order to go and stay with the white people? Because the things that's really meaningful, you're not putting no money inside of your communities. You're not putting no money into places that it really matters. Y'all think that just because you start your little restaurant and you say, oh, go support my restaurant, you still getting all of your equipment, you getting all of your food from Cisco, you getting it from Restaurant Depot, you going to Sam's Club, you're going to Costco and buying it in bulk, and then you going and cooking it and you reselling it. And so your infrastructure isn't even set up to where you can boycott anything. I'm sorry, did I get up under your skin? Because again, When people say stuff, I'm trying to understand how this actually helps you, hurts you, impacts you, or whether or not you really have any power to do anything. The dress you have on, made in China. They're not going to stop shopping at Temu. They're not going to stop shopping at Fashion Nova. They're not going to stop shopping on Amazon to where they buying all of their dresses that they putting inside of their boutiques. You just a last leg. You a distributor. You a middleman. You're no different than the dude. It's no different than when they sit there and they have this conversation with us and they say stuff like, well, who brought in the guns? Well, who brought in the drugs? But you still selling it. You the last leg. You just a distributor. Everybody got their cut along the way. You're not doing nothing. You're not hurting nobody. You're not affecting nobody. You're not impacting nobody except for you and your own culture in your own neighborhood. And it shows how ignorant we are. Again, I don't care if you boycott the world. Pay your mother effing car note because you ain't going to boycott that. You better pay your rent because you ain't going to boycott that. You better pay your taxes because you ain't going to boycott that. Anything that's real meaningful to really would impact change, you won't want to have a conversation about that. Go boycott Chanel, Hermes, Louis Vuitton. You ain't going to boycott that. Because you know what you're going to be paying? Spinach, 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 spinach. Where all my scamming N-words at? They ain't gonna boycott the record labels that put out the music that y'all say that y'all don't like. That's toxic for us. You ain't gonna boycott the casino. You ain't gonna boycott Cancun. You ain't gonna boycott Tulum. You ain't gonna boycott Kia. You ain't gonna boycott Nissan because you need that Altima, baby. You ain't gonna boycott the power and utility companies. Spinach, 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 spinach. It's all fake outrage. I guarantee you, every single thing, every product that this woman has on in this video, while she's her lipstick, any makeup, the shirt that she has on, the chain that she's wearing, the earrings that products that she's putting in her hair, I guarantee you, all of them were made by people that she don't even know not of, and most of them will probably be Asian. Spinach. Spinach, spinach. I'm not fooled, nor am I smitten by the foolishness that I see being communicated on social media on a regular basis. At all. Not at all. And then right after that, you know what they're going to say? We want to move over to a different country like China or Thailand because the cost of living is better and we passport sis and passport bros nowadays. Right after that. Where all my scamming at? Right after that, they're going to watch Crazy Rich Asians. And they're gonna be trying to y'all can't afford Singapore yet, so it's out of the price range. And they not tolerating no BS. Spinach. Right after they do a drop. I heard there's some new J's that's coming out that everybody gonna be lined up for. Oh no, I ain't say she was ugly. I think that she cute. I just think it's funny how people get on the internet and the stuff that they say is not aligned with what it is that we need to be focused on. Won't show up to the polls, won't show up to the school meetings, won't protest what's happening in all of these mass shootings inside of our neighborhoods. Are we trying to focus on the beauty supply store? Yeah, they're not going to focus on Taiwan where all of their semiconductor chips come from. Spinach. Listen. At the end of the day, when you educate yourself, you'll realize that everything that's going on inside of the culture and all of the things that you think is meaningful that they going to get behind because we got all of the spending power, it's all performative, baby girl. It's all performative. It's not a real thing. Somebody says, Anton, how do I join the Patreon? Make sure you tap into the Patreon. It's pinned to the top of the chat and it's in the description. You just join the Patreon, you pick a tier, and you rock out, baby, and we get this money. You ain't think about all of that? Well, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. I think I might go and get a manicure in a second. We got after hours tonight, though. We got after hours tonight. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot I got my... We got after hours tonight, baby. Let me read some of y'all's super chats, see what y'all talking about. It's already 1. Nah, listen. I know y'all pushing it, talking about a 5-hour show. I've already pushed it at 4. Y'all gonna try to have me streaming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I already got to do the show tonight. You know what I'm saying? Heck no. But I think that y'all work day goes by faster when we can get stuff done. Country Boy Finesse says made $450 in less than 13 hours on a side gig. Get that money, big dog. Return on investment says, as a supply chain manager, I can tell you black folks don't have a strong and effective supply chain. Boycotting for a long time will be hard. Ain't nobody boycotting anyway. I'm about to go to Target in a minute. Moses King says, what up, AD? I was on Clubhouse when you were cooking them food. Oh, you see me? Shh. I pop up in the most mysterious places and then I get busy. And what up, Anthony? I appreciate you for the super sticker, big dog. Return on investment says Killer Mike had a whole series about it called Black Owned. They don't like Killer Mike no more either, though. I thought y'all turned on Killer Mike. They said I need to stream for 112 hours. I've never done a marathon stream. You know how they do the marathons? I think that Kai Cenat is about to do another Streamers University. Everybody didn't turn on Kai Cenat, even though he didn't do anything to anybody. Yeah. All right, y'all, listen. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. Teach Hanley, 40% off your first order, 20% off for life. I hope y'all are enjoying the 4-hour live streams. And we got after hours on Room 9 tonight. If y'all don't know what Room 9 is, go to this channel page and then go over to Room 9. That's in there where it shows all of my other channels. Or you can just put Room 9 and it should pop up in your algorithm, all right? I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Hopefully I'm getting y'all through y'all day and y'all getting more than y'all bargained for. Where all my scamming and where's at? Spinach.